Okay, so if you've been watching my Twitch stream lately, which if you're not already, go check it out at Oracle_of_Maya. That's my Twitch. It's different than my YouTube. So you might have seen this guy FD Signifier. We've been watching a lot of his videos. He's an amazing video essayist who recently did a video on BreadTube and how it tends to gatekeep black creators out of its space. How it tends to gatekeep POC creators out of its space. Anyway, DebateBro named, I think this guy's name is Sharkio, responded to him and may have bitten off more than he could chew. We're going to see what happens when FD Signifier confronts Twitch politics on coming up on NCC TV here. So and not quite as seamless as I would have liked. No. Awkward. All right, let's go. All right, cool. I've got an intro for you all. I didn't quite do it. I didn't leave it open, right? And I don't want to slow the stream down, so we'll have to wait till tomorrow to get that anyway. But it's a really cool intro. It's got a butterfly. It's awesome. How is everybody doing? DCC, Sabrina, Impact, Buffy, Geek, Joni, Umar, Vamps. Yeah. So yeah, this is a kind of a funny thing. Yeah, this shark person they did a response video, or they did I think a response stream or something to FD Signifier's video, and actually ended up talking to FD on stream. So I wanted to see what happens. I heard this, it was a little bit of a confrontation, not a mean confrontation, but a serious confrontation, right? So I wanted to take a look and see, well, what do we got here?
It's me! Hey, boys, let's go! It's me!
Everything I said about Biden is true. You fucking idiot.
It's Hassan, he just like me! Oh no, it's gonna be Destiny in here.
The DebateBro corner of YouTube is most similar to the overall energy and origins of the all, except instead of long form content that's mostly them ranting, they are still ranting, but usually in response to somebody else's content or on a particular
Okay,
topic.
so
no, I guess it's exactly the same in a lot of ways.
it's like the Destiny style of like a little it's a weird thing here. Okay, so you all know I'm from Twitch too, right? It's a weird thing here where the whole thing of playing a video game and then doing React content, that only works if you're a guy. I've noticed, right? You only get away with that if you're a guy, right? Anytime that I do this on Twitch, my numbers go down. People can't figure out, is it gaming? Is it, is it React? What's going on?
The biggest difference is the usage of the live stream chat format, which allows them to have immediate feedback on what they're saying and immediate reinforcement that what they're doing is, if not right, then at least effective for their intended goal, which is to...
What do you guys think about this kind of content? Like, the only thing that I would worry about is playing a game that is too intensive, that makes it harder to really commentate over.
Promote leftism?
I think like one of the biggest galvanizing or fracturing aspects is the DebateBro stuff. The discourse has shifted from...
And that's Noah Sampson, I think.
RedTube is a thing, it's the video essayists, they're growing to people, creators talking about RedTube as, well, now the debate streamers, because they are leftists, are included in RedTube. No, because they are prominent and have large audiences, critiques not only aren't as salient or they don't go as well, there's quite a lot of conflict because they're already big, they kind of have this confidence aspect and this a little bit of demagoguery and a little bit of affirmation from streaming all day and talking about stuff. And it's not that they're not talking about issues, it's that there are blind spots.
This is way too close to my face.
Do you see how the incense? So if you've seen FD Signifier's video, it's called Breaking Bread. When FD Signifier, like, there's sections of the video, right? And one of the sections is Debate Bros, right? When that section starts off, FD begins it by lighting some incense, just kind of clearing the air a little bit, right?
That's better. This formula for content is enjoyed by creators of various political ideologies in these stream spaces, mainly because it probably lends itself more to parasocial relationships than other forms of this type of media. But debate bros, as we call them, are unique in that...
Untrue. I haven't formed a single parasocial relationship since I've been streaming. I'll have you know, I'm probably one of the least parasocial streamers on the platform. Nobody has ever thought that they were my friend, which is good. Very good. Isn't that right, chat? I love you, Shark. Yes. As your streamer. Do you love me too? Oh, you're subscribed. Yes. Right, daddy? There you go. That's it. That's what I needed. Yeah, I don't know. I think all of this type of content has its place and is very important. Some people just don't care that
Why is my chat not working?
much for like video essays. And I mean, it's not like video essays are like bad or cringe or something. Just people, they're kind of...
Yeah, I don't know, as a React streamers, I don't know where we'd be without video essays. I thought that FD made a pretty good point in saying that, you know, we are somewhat subsisting off the content of others. And, you know, FD, if you're out there, that's literally what I'm doing right now. I try to add something to it, you know. I do it, you know, because I appreciate what you've done, and like, I don't, you know, take your work for granted, right? I've done some prepared content, and it's harder than you think. It's more involved than you think. You know, doing it right takes a lot, and I have massive amount of respect for video essayists. See if I can get chat fixed. I don't know what's going on with it.
they're a little harder to sit through. I do have to tell you, especially when you're sitting through it like by yourself. I know, like, especially back when I wasn't a content creator, I did not watch video essays very often, or if I did, I was doing something else in the background. I did not just sit down and like, yes, today I will watch a hour-long video on white supremacy in the Riverdale fan base. Like, I just no.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, this guy did a lot of reactions to like Ben Shapiro, to like Steven Crowder. You know, I think he was one of those streamer that would do like some, you know, right-wing cringe and then commentate on it. And
so this type of content reaches a different audience, right? And so, I mean, with the whole promote the leftism, I mean, we could say the same thing about everybody else who makes this type of content. Golden junk. Oh my gosh, look at him. He's in a mech suit. I got iron junk.
Does Sockdem still call themselves leftists? Is this a thing? Chat, do you know? Like, Destiny doesn't call himself a leftist. Like, Destiny, that's kind of a pejorative in Destiny's community. I don't know.
Look at him, that's crazy. He's huge. But this is, I do think like this type of content does lend itself to he has a freaking laser sword.
Okay, I think I might have to reset this or something. Let me try.
He's not getting his ass. Get his ass, junk. If it wasn't for the laws of this gungeon, I would cut you down where you stand. And he's doing it. He shoots into walls a little bit. He's a little stupid. But his heart's in the right place.
Oh yeah, this is the other reason that I don't do you know, like there's a lot of video games that I wouldn't play while I'm doing React content, is because I get into the game. I start talking about the game, and then like I've even had people on before where they're like talking to me, and I like just start talking about Minecraft. I'm like, oh wait, no, gotta get the wood. Okay, making the work, you know what? Not making the workbench, I wouldn't say that, but you know what I mean. I talk about what I'm doing in the game, and they're like, oh, well, I thought we were talking, and I'm like, yeah, sorry, I'm talking to Minecraft here.
Oh yeah, what were you
most Sockdems consider themselves left. Well, they're left, yeah. I would say they're left of center for sure. Like all the big Bernie supporters. Oh, well, that's it. Bernie's like more of a dim sock, right? Or is he? Actually, that's a good question. Like, you know, I don't know if we'd really find out without getting Bernie elected. You got the wood right here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so it's I'm trying to think. Okay, yeah, that's almost where I make that's where it, like, that's where the breakdown is for me. Like DimSoc, I consider a leftist, right? Because you want to get to socialism. Soc Dem, usually you want to get to Scandinavia, which I don't know if you know anybody from Scandinavia, but Scandinavia is capitalist, right? I mean, they might have more socialist, what do you call like socialist policies? They might nationalize certain industries, but it is not, it is not, it's not leftist, right? It's so that's kind of where the breakdown, goes for me, right?
Listen, okay? Listen. I'm sick and tired of the DebateBro video essayist like civil war that's been going on. It's just so annoying. It just doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so what are we talking? Are we talking about the Twitter stuff? DebateBro video essayist civil war. Like, I think of there's a DebateBro soft leftist civil war, right? And like, I mean, I don't really consider myself either of these. I consider myself a leftist, and I'm not soft. I'm not. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness, okay? I'll just say that, okay?
Like video.
Scandinavian is not even that socially democratic. Yeah, well, I would say, yeah, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, actually, it's the trends have changed. So for a long time, the trend was towards social democratic parties, and I think that it's gone more right wing in the recent past. Regarding his politics, past Bernie is probably more radical than Soc Dems. Yeah. But I mean, again, he's running the Democratic Party, so you're kind of you got a massive leash on you if you're gonna, assuming you can win the primary, which remains to be seen. Some people think that Bernie was robbed, and in the primary.
Essayists are fucking angry and pissed.
I think of a single video essayist who considers debate bros worth fighting. I mean, I've seen like Thought Slime will take these people on sometimes. Usually, over their takes or something like that. Sean, I guess. Dude playing the video game saying he doesn't like making videos about... Wait, making videos about debate bros is no ally in my eyes. I would... Wait. So the dude playing the video game is a debate bro, right? I hope that's not a pejorative, right? Like, I'm not trying to, I mean, I guess I do sometimes use it in a pejorative, but I'm trying to use it in a descriptive sense here, in just saying that he does a lot of debates, and appears on debate panels and stuff like that, right? It's and more specifically to debate right-wingers, right? That's kind of where the real breakdown is, because you could call, like non-compete has panels, right? But they're not exactly debate panels. You won't see right-wingers in there. You might have some disagreement, but it's like an organic disagreement. It's not a contrived disagreement. It's not, set up to be like, this is the big showdown. Like, it's just like, okay, we talk, and if we disagree, then we say, okay, why do you think that? Why do you think that? Okay, well, yeah, this is why I think you're wrong. This is why I think you're wrong. And it's more respectful too, right? It's, I think non-compete does a good job in keeping the leftist infighting to a minimum. Bernie said he would support the DNC if he lost, and he said and he did what he said he would do. And Bernie is responsible for the leftist movement, so I'm not going to start on Bernie. Oh, start in on Bernie. Yeah, I'm not trying to take a dump on Bernie at all. I mean, as far as U.S. Presidential politics, Bernie's probably the best candidate that we've seen at least since McCarthy. Who was the guy in the 60s the first guy to run against Nixon, right? Wasn't he fairly left? Maybe even Stevenson or something, right?
That we're just so epic and pog. And also, I gotta tell you,
yeah, in the US we got beggars can't be oh god, of all the phrases used, in the US, like, you gotta kind of take what you can get, I guess. He's doing more for Kellogg's workers than Joe. Oh yeah, oh god, he's miles and miles over Joe, Barack, or Hillary, or anybody like that, or who was likely to replace Joe, right? People are talking about Buttigieg. People are talking about Buttigieg. Bernie's responsible for the leftist movement. Like, all leftists are leftists because Bernie exists. People don't think that I'm... Did I say something that sounded like I was calling out Bernie? Right? I mean, I'm not under no illusions that Bernie's like a hardcore, you know, like Marxist or anything. Like, you know, that Bernie's gonna, that Bernie's some kind of like revolutionary, you know, figure. Like, he wants a political revolution, right? That's what he's, when he says our revolution, that's a political revolution, right? But he's about the best that you got in U.S. politics.
Do not believe that parasocial relationships are not prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my, if you need proof, I've got my Bernie, you know, signs. I've got 2 Bernie signs actually, from both times that he ran, you know, right back there.
In like the video essayist or whatever like format. I do not believe that. Or the content creator format. I do not believe that. Because
okay, thinking the left's problem is that they won't get off Bernie's back, huh?
YouTubers are closer to their audience than even like celebrities.
Hey, Geek Prime, good to see you.
Are, and if you can form a parasocial relationship with like your
like that's exactly like, honestly, chat, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Bernie, right? Bernie's initial run, which wasn't okay. So let me go back and tell you a little bit of the Bernie Sanders story, is in case anybody doesn't know it. It's the year is 2016. People have been talking about Hillary Clinton as if she's already the candidate for the Democratic Party, right? People are also talking about Elizabeth Warren. People on the left would like Elizabeth Warren to run. In fact, Bernie wants Elizabeth Warren to run. And he talks to Liz and he says, hey, are you going to run? And she's like, And finally she's like, no, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run. And the reason for that, we think, is that, you know, she's fairly young at this point, and she knows that if she runs against Hillary Clinton, then likely she will not only ruin her she will not only not get the nomination in 2016, because everybody assumed that Hillary Clinton had it in the bag, but 2020 or 2024 would be an impossibility too. And maybe she'd get picked for vice president. I don't know. So like, she's got a calculation. She decides, you know, I'm not going to run. And Bernie's like, geez, really? You know, Bernie's doing this, you know. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. We're really going to run Hillary Clinton. Like, that's the best we can do. Hey, why don't I run? I won't win, but maybe I can push her a little bit. Maybe I can push Hillary Clinton a slight little smidge to the left. And he runs, and people actually get behind him. And, you know, there's even a point in the campaign that Bernie looks strong. Bernie looks viable. And I'm trying to remember what happened the first time, how it all came crashing down. Was it Super Tuesday or something like that? It was one of those, you know, times that, you know, basically... So most of, you know, Bernie gets pressured to get out of the primary before he's even lost, right? He's still viable, but once Hillary Clinton's ahead, people say, you're hurting her, stop, and he gets out, right? And so, you know, that is like, you know, that is the story of Bernie Sanders. But Bernie did get a whole bunch of people activated that weren't really involved in politics, that didn't have a reason to, because they thought that like the politicians weren't going to change anything. Bernie convinced people that there's a chance to change stuff, right? And so people get into politics, but now at this point, they don't see the Democratic Party as quite as viable as they did before. And of course, we all know the story. Hillary Clinton, who was considered not just the obvious Democratic nominee, but the obvious presidential winner, right? People really thought that you know, you could bank on Hillary being in the White House. And she found a way to lose to somebody that I think, aside from her, is the worst, most uncharismatic candidate that's ever run, right? The most ridiculous candidate that's ever run. She finds a way to lose to the guy, yeah. And yeah, I guess the rest is history. But yeah, because of this, socialism because when he runs, a lot of people are like, oh no, but it's socialist, you can't be Democratic Party socialist, no, you can't do that. Warren thought it was career suicide. Yeah, she might have been right. How bad of a candidate was Hillary Clinton? She was beaten by Donald Trump, enough said, true. Similar to Corbyn, trial by media, oh my god, yes. Well, so the first thing they try to do to cancel him is say you're a socialist, and there's a lot of people, especially younger people, that is like, wait, no, yeah, but Bernie Sanders is a socialist, and you got the Chad leftists saying yes, period, right? That meme was what lefties were doing. Yeah, we want a socialist, right? And the boomers are like, what? No, you can't. The socialist bad. Don't you understand? And it's like, no, they don't understand because they didn't go through the fucking Cold War. They weren't indoctrinated the way that you were. This is a new day, and the politics, as usual, is not working out very well for people, and socialism sounds like a refreshing break. Socialism sounds like something we want to give a try. And in a large part, Bernie is responsible for expanding the Overton window in a leftward direction. Some people would say that there would be no bread tube without Bernie Sanders, right? POC tried to warn white leftist progressives, but none of them would listen. I think it's very different. It's a very different kind of charisma, but he definitely knows how to play his side. Bernie does. Dems were deaf, or Trump, deaf to the fuckery of the Clintons through the 2000s and couldn't understand why someone might not like a woman who calls kids super predators. Yeah, there was a disconnect in the, I don't know, generations, in terms of, people, and here's another thing, okay? So Hillary Clinton has been under a campaign of slander by the right wing. I think she called, this is the closest I'm going to get ever to defending Hillary, right? This is the nicest thing you're ever going to hear me say about Hillary Clinton, okay? She was attacked by the right wing. They tried to smear her. They tried to say that she murdered someone. Yeah, like in some ways, I gotta say, I got a little empathy for the way that Hillary Clinton was lied about. What did she call it? The right-wing hate machine or something like that? The right-wing, I can't remember. There was some word that she used for it, but she was describing, basically the campaign against her even before she started to run. Because I think people knew that she would be the first serious female candidate for president. I was running in the political circles of the leftist DNC politics. People of color warned white people over and over again. Yeah. Like, I mean, Hillary Clinton's record, especially with that, like, that super predators thing was a real mask-off moment. And this is something that happened in the early 90s. And, okay, so let's take us back to the early 90s. Let's see how much No Comment Check actually knows about politics. Does she know about electoral politics? I heard she's an anarchitty. Anarchitties don't even vote. Why would she know? No, I know a little bit about Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. So Bill Clinton emerged from something called the Democratic Leadership Council. What's the Democratic Leadership Council? Okay, so let's take us back even further. 1980, Jimmy Carter's running against a movie star? Yes, an old movie star named Ronald Reagan is running, a very polarizing figure, governor of California. Hippies hated Ronald Reagan, right? And he's running. He's not taken as a serious candidate. He's got no chance of winning, right? And he wins. And a lot of that had to do with the Iran-Contra thing, to be honest, right? I don't know if you get Reagan without Iran-Contra. Hillary is why the Democrats lost in 2016. True, right? I don't think there's a lot of people that could lose. I think that losing to Donald Trump is an accomplishment, and only somebody like Hillary Clinton, somebody with as much negative charisma as Hillary Clinton, could achieve that. So anyway, so we go back to 1980. Ronald Reagan wins, and not only that, he wins a second term, and not only that, but his vice president wins, kind of a third term, right? His vice president wins after him. Then Bill Clinton is running against his vice president. Now the Democrats, after thinking they had Carter's re-election in the bag, they have now lost 3 straight elections. They don't have confidence. and they think that the reason that they're losing is because they're running like liberals. They correctly maybe think that the reason that they're losing is because the campaign finance laws changed, and Ronald Reagan takes advantage of that. Why does he take advantage of that? Because he's corporate friendly. So the Democrats say we can be corporate friendly light. We can be almost as corporate friendly as the Republicans, right? And that's what the Democratic Leadership Council was. And Bill Clinton was the first person to emerge from that, I don't know what you call it, a faction of the Democratic Party. And at first you could say that he didn't run super left wing, but somewhere along his first term, he got scared. And he moved, wait, no, actually it's even before this. Sister Souljah, okay? She's a rapper. And I think this is around the time of the LA riot. Oh my God, I might be wrong. I might be wrong about this. No, it's before. It's probably before the LA riots, right? And Sister Souljah says, "Hey, listen, as black people, we're all killing each other. Something like, why don't we have a week where, I don't know, it might have been a little spicy, right? It was like where we kill white people. I don't know. It wasn't like she was saying let's kill white people, right? But she something to the extent of like, it kind of sucks that like, black people are killing each other. And Bill Clinton plays off of this and basically farms her for drama. This is like a Twitch politics move that Bill Clinton does to Sister Souljah, right? In throwing her under the bus. And in a lot of ways, because Bill Clinton, if you look back to Arkansas, he was considered a friend of the black community. In some ways, his friendship, the warm feelings he had from the black community are seen as a liability. And the establishment wants to see Bill Clinton say, I am independent. I'm not going to do whatever the black community wants, right? And the Sister Souljah moment, right? That's when he does that, and he secures the right-wing Democratic support, right? And then Hillary Clinton makes the super predators quote, right? So that is like where Hillary and Bill Clinton came from. That's why they're fundamentally different than Democrats who would have run before. Although you could say Carter was a little bit of a neoliberal himself, right? But they're fundamentally different than anybody who ran against Nixon or previous to Nixon, right? And so Bill Clinton's in office. It's pretty obvious, like he's including Hillary Clinton. He's allowing her to help. She's doing more than just like ceremonial shit, like decorating the White House, lighting the Christmas tree, whatever First Lady usually does. She's doing she's trying to put together a commission on healthcare. The Republicans make this into this big scandal of like, we didn't elect you. You're just the wife, right? And at that point they got their eye on Hillary Clinton, because they know that she's gonna run, she's gonna get into politics, she's into it, right? She's really she's a lawyer too, right? And she's got political aspirations, maybe even more than Bill did, right? And so she becomes a senator, and during this time, like the Republicans are just like, dude, like she's evil, she killed somebody, she did this, she did that, right? So they're poisoning the well on Hillary Clinton because they know they're gonna have to run against her eventually. And that is part of what made her unelectable. The other part is her, lack of charisma. If you don't support the leftists, you are supposed to vote Republican, so they can do even more disgusting nonsense. Actually, one of the very few things Hillary did that would have been good was her health reform. Okay, her health reform package, unironically, miles above Obama's, right? It was universal healthcare. It was really universal healthcare. I'm trying to remember. I mean, it could have been further left, right? But God, I'm trying to remember. Obamacare is basically Romney care, right? Because Romney was the first governor to pass like some kind of healthcare measure in Massachusetts, right? So Obama takes Romney care, which is God, where does the Heritage Foundation come in here? I think I think with Romney Care, I'm not remembering, but the Heritage Foundation is kind of, which is a super right-wing group, is responsible for one of the plans, one of the Democratic plans, right? So, you know, they're compromised. They're compromised from the very beginning. But yeah, Hillary Clinton's, we would be lucky. Oh yeah, they call it Hillary Care. They call it Hillary Care. So you know how they call it Obamacare? They thought that would sink it because they were able to sink the effort to pass universal health care by calling it Hillary Care. And calling it Obamacare actually backfires on them, because then when Americans get health care for the first time, many of us, including myself, right, they you know, the fact that Obama is credited with having created it is a big is a big, you know, notch in his is a big feather in Obama's hat, right? That's a good thing for him. Even among right-wingers who got, you know, some of them healthcare for the first time. Conspiracy theory time. Did you notice that Monica Lewinsky thing came up as Hillary got her... Oh, yeah. I don't know. Bill Clinton had a lot of scandals involving women. In fact, there was a special team in Bill Clinton's, you know, in Bill Clinton's campaign called the Bimbo Patrol. And the Bimbo Patrol was supposed to take care of women's making accusations of sexual impropriety against Bill Clinton. As much as I think the Republicans' weaponization of Monica Lewinsky was highly disingenuous, I think that Monica Lewinsky kind of got a raw deal. She got victim blamed, right? That wasn't right. And there's a lot to look at with Bill Clinton and his treatment of women. That's real. But does that mean that, like, okay, so let's elect a Republican instead, which was what would have happened, you know, the other choice that, you know, was there? No, not even close. Keeping it classy, Clinton's. Oh, Umar hit the nail on the head. Oh yeah, with the healthcare vote.
Your favorite, like, singer.
Also, that was after she was... She brought up Trump's extramarital affairs, but yeah, it's because of the healthcare. Joe Biden is not a good thing for the Democrats. His dementia and the fact, I mean, I don't know. Look, Biden and Trump, they don't seem fit to hold office. They both seem to be not, you know, competent in an important way, right? And I would say Trump more so than Biden, honestly. But yeah, I feel you. And I don't think it's just like, there's a lot about Biden. Look, Biden refused to do anything about the student debt crisis today. Hey, how about that? How about that shit? Biden's not going to do shit for student loans. Yeah. Forgiven less than 1% of student loans.
Or actor.
David Brock was the one who led the sexist attack on Monica. Guess who was running Hillary's campaign in 2008 and 2016? Oh my God. Yeah, him, Mark Penn, the Clinton team, the Hillary Clinton team, you know, they were ghouls in a lot of ways, right? David Brock, yeah. Anita Hill. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I think you're right.
Or something like that. If you can form a parasocial relationship with them, and they'll never read anything you type, they'll never see anything that you do, you know everything about them and they know literally nothing about you. At the very least, when you make a YouTube comment on YouTube, if that content creator reads it, they know at least something about you. It may be a little fleeting and it may be like bogged down with all the other stuff that they read, but you are closer to them than a normal celebrity is. So I don't like.
Now, I don't want to, you know, I mean, this guy's got, you know, pretty good numbers, right? And I'm not dogging him for that, but did he just call himself a celebrity? Did he just low-key call himself a celebrity? I think they all suck, to be honest, but Republicans are worse. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the fucked up thing, yeah.
This thing where we only talk about parasocial relationships.
Do we have some Ligma energy in chat today? I'm one of the few boomers who claim I'm a political junkie, by the way. I think one of, I don't know if it was my dad or my mom, but they had a Hunter S. Thompson book about the Nixon election of 1972, and I devoured that book, right? I mean, and that's it's gonzo journalism. It's a little bit silly, but I got really into it. I got really into, the political, like, I honestly, for a while, I thought that I might want to be like a political operative. I might want to be, somebody like a speechwriter or a, somebody on a political team. I'm actually a special little snowflake. Okay. Special out of, Sharkio has been on Destiny's stream, so
as it comes with streams, because I gotta tell you, it is.
Yeah, but I mean, like, to be real though, Blue, I've been on Destiny's stream, and I'm not an A-lister by a long shot, right? But yeah, no, I think I mean, from every, I think this guy's a pretty popular, not nearly where FD Signifier is, but does pretty well for himself on Twitch and YouTube.
It is not
Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail of 1972. Yes, that's it. Yep. I'm committing time theft. Ooh, nice.
just streams. I 100% believe there's a pretty decent amount of parasocial relationships going on within the essayist community. 100%. Like, you can just look at you can look at everybody who he's mentioned here. If they have a big fan base.
Yeah, I mean, like, Destiny's not as, like, mysterious or, as everybody thinks, right? I think I was nervous the first time I talked to Destiny, but I don't know. He's just a dude. Marxist, if they ran a campaign like that movie, I mean, I'm totally for any candidate who began their run with, I started running for office, then the drugs kicked in. Unironically referring to oneself. That's what I mean, is like, yeah, it's not a good look, even if you are kind of a, niche internet celebrity. What do they call it? Micro celebrity? Yeah.
You can find a lot of parasocialism in there. Parasocialism is when the content creator does stuff. And it's more parasocial the more stuff they do. And when they do a real lot of stuff, that's abuse.
They are A, left-leaning, at least ostensibly, and B, get their name.
Was that ironic? Was that ironic?
Because they do debates
I can't tell.
on the platform. And I put debates in quotes here because
because I mean, like, legit, that kind of is what parasociality is. Like, when like, let's say that I instead of showing you this content, right, this discourse, I decided to show you, like, I took my phone along with me, and like I made breakfast, and I worked out, and I lifted some weights, and I go to the Muay Thai. I don't know, that's more like fitness content, but like, you know what I mean? It's like I take you with me on my day. I think that's kind of what Shark's getting at as far as doing stuff on stream. Destiny has a chip on his shoulder. No kidding. You are correct about that. He's being ironic. Okay, so about, yeah, because, like, okay, and when they do, so he's saying that, like, all it is like sharing yourself with the stream, and that when you share yourself a lot with the stream, people, make weird accusations against you. Destiny isn't mysterious, it's the opposite. A lot of big streamers did come from DGG, and I have noticed lately people, Xander Hall being one of them, that once Destiny makes a video about them, they have made it. That sounded like he was yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, was he joking about the, like, parasocial, and then he was serious about the abuse? Because, like, I could see how, like, I'm trying to think. There have been content creators accused of basically, like, using the parasocial aspect of their, I don't know how to say this, the parasocial aspect of their stream in order to, like, I don't know, get extra donations or something like that, to, like, have people go to bat for them, to have people, because, like, there's a difference between, like, I'm trying to think of an example. No, Sam Cedar's not a good example. People love Sam. I'm trying to think of a streamer or a content creator who people like, but they're not like, you know, overly fond of versus like Dream, right? If you're a Dream stan, like, you know, like you'll kill for Dream, maybe. I don't know, but maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, maybe not. I don't know. And so I guess they're, you know, I could see like I could see Sharkio being serious about like like somebody bringing their fandom too much into their personal life in order to, you know, develop that like that kind of Dream sort of relationship, right? I could see that. Like V? Does V do that? Parasocial relationships are very dangerous. So just so everybody knows, I am a real person, okay? But you're not gonna get to know like you're not gonna really get to know that person through the stream. You're gonna get to know a side of me. Like you're gonna get to know the side of me that thinks about politics and discourse and you know, intersectionality and all the other stuff that we talk about. But that's not me, because I'm a complete person just like you, and there's lots of stuff that you don't know about me. And although it feels like you might know me, just understand that it's not the same as you know, being friends, and it can't be. And if I told you it was, I'd be manipulating you, and that's not what I'm here to do. Do people love Sam Cedar? I feel like they do. Honestly, I think a lot of normies don't like Sam. Well, I mean, like his fans, right? As crazy as it sounds, I think Sam came off looking bad after the Steven Crowder thing. Oh, really? I didn't see that. Sam Cedar is pretty popular with inner city normies. I'm a real person, though. Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as you know it's a fantasy, I guess. I think there's definitely, yeah, sometimes you got to break the fourth wall in order to kind of just like remind people, and I mean that's the responsible thing to do, right? Because I don't want mindless drones. I want a community. I want you to get to be real people. I don't want to turn you into dream stands, is what I'm trying to say. There's definitely a difference with being open, because you're open and doing it to bring people in. Daytime TV host personalities are designed oh yeah, and even like you know, like talk show host, late night talk show host, right? That's kind of like when people talk about parasocial relationships, those are some of the first you know, personalities that got brought up, as far as going back to in the 1950s was when this word got coined in the 1950s, right? So it's been around for a while, and it doesn't just apply to the internet, although we've used it a lot more since you know, since like online content creation became a bigger thing. Some creators are emotionally blackmailing their viewers for a lot of donations, right? Oh my god. Well, I mean, like, I appreciate people who donate, but I always say, if you don't have money for yourself, don't give money to me. Take care of yourself first, okay? I definitely don't want, it breaks my heart to think that somebody might give money that they or their family needs to me. You got to take care of you first. I thought that Steven Crowder thing was hilarious. Are you saying like on the right that people didn't like, that they thought Sam was a meanie butt for that? Is Sam as popular with any normies? Why doesn't he get more views? You know, normies like fucking, oh, I thought she meant the other, fucking as a verb. Kyle Kalinske and TYT. I don't know. Maybe I hang out with leftists too much. I feel like most of the people, not all of my homies hate TYT. I don't need a roof. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Actual debates, they don't usually have moderators.
Hey, as long as the only rain that falls on you is lights, like the rain that's falling on me right now, yeah, you should be okay. To this day, Crowder runs from Sam. Sam Cedar, what a nightmare!
It's mostly them arguing against another person. It's a argument.
Yeah, but that's real.
Hold on! Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess.
These debates are often against people with significantly opposing viewpoints. And I'm just going to keep it real. If you haven't already figured out, I don't really fuck with debate bros. I'm going to resist being extra uncharitable and doing a montage of all these snippets and bad takes that I could find, because I don't want to poison the well too much here. And I don't want to reduce them to their worst moments, because I wouldn't want anybody to do that to me. And furthermore, to be charitable, I don't individually think that these are bad people, or even that they need to be ousted from the left. I think...
Oh, I agree with FD Signifier here. Like, I think that a lot of what's wrong with debate bros is the waters that they swim in, is the environment that they exist in. They exist in an environment that's kind of toxic, and it's been toxic since the beginning. Steven! And I don't know. Actually, it's not all Destiny's fault. Like, it's capitalism. It's, you know, yeah, in some ways the early streamers, you know, sort of set the precedent for this. I think it's the format to some degree. I think it's the format of debates, right? That, you know, like we were talking about this the other day, that if you're a debate streamer, here's how that works, okay? You got to bring home the bacon for your community, or else they'll lose respect for you. What's the bacon? That's the bacon. You got to bring home the W's. You got to bring home the W's. And if you get an L, that's not the end of the world, but you got to cancel the person who gave you the L after that. You got to find a reason why that L doesn't count. You got to be super hot fire. And you, as we all know, super hot fire only lost once, and then was able to retcon that loss into a win. Was it to Soldier Boy, right? So Super Hot Fire lost to Soldier Boy, and was able to retcon that loss in a later rap battle, and so then he went back to being undefeated, right? So you got to find a way. I don't know. Did he cancel Soldier Boy? Maybe, I don't know. But like you got to find a way to bring that W, and it doesn't matter what. And that's why these things get so cutthroat, right? Is that if you lose the debate objectively, you've got one option, and that is eliminate the competition.
Concept of ousting people is part of the problem, really. And
it's the dominance paradigm. Yes, exactly. Framing conversations between average people who don't have high understanding of a topic as a debate is toxic as fuck. True.
Who am I to do that in the first place? I'm a near 4-year-old boomer. And to be fair, I think some of the issues with debate bros are emblematic with the problems of online left and LeftTube as a whole. See, if the origins of BreadTube or LeftTube were greatly to offer...
Do I just have to be good at video games for people to watch me, you know, do react content while I stream? Do I just have to be good at something?
Counter arguments to racists and fascists, and to be...
if a streamer operates in a confrontational space constantly, it's going to get toxic.
Used for de-radicalization for mostly...
That's true. That's true. And to the extent that I've, you know, gotten sucked into that toxicity and had to contribute to it to defend myself, it's, you know, kind of a regret I had. And, you know, I'm trying not to live that way anymore. I don't think that the way that I was as a streamer in Twitch, I don't think that was healthy. I don't think that the kind of pressure that me and my community were put under, and the harassment that we were put under, was healthy. And I very much... want to move forward from that into a different space. I think that those waters are toxic. I think that they made me into a little bit of a toxic person, and I don't want that anymore. I don't want that.
Young straight white men, like, if this is a war of sorts, then...
Yeah, I think it's a space that legit cannot be reformed, right? That our only way forward is to move past it and to see it for what it is, and to start to want something different, to start to expect something different. And even people like these debate bros can change in that circumstance. We got to put them in a, like, change the water in the fish tank. You're in the shark tank. Yeah, change the water in the shark tank, right? And then we'll have woke sharks. I don't know. Because debate bros must be edgy, and in order to maintain edgy, they have to top themselves. Then they get things like Wash, using the N-word, or saying F black culture.
The debate bros were the frontline fighters in those battles, while Philosophy 2 and H Bomber Guy were...
I find there being a game on very distracting. I could see that. There's a lot of stuff that I like an FD Signifier video. I don't think I'd watch while playing a game.
or the generals providing high level and in-depth arguments against these fascist ideologies.
And only certain games really, right, where you can kind of, you can stop, you can tune out, and you can I don't know, maybe you have to be like Destiny to be able to multitask like that. Only way forward is to make cancel culture a real thing, and debate bros need to be on the list of to be canceled. First against the digital wall. Has anyone ever actually conceded and admitted they didn't know everything? I did. I you know, I actually a debate that I guess, like, you know, I was given the W on against Vivian. I feel like I feel like there was a lot I got wrong in that debate.
The debate bros were the skirmishers and the foot soldiers. It was Destiny and Hassan and Volshin, Xanderhall, and probably some others that I don't know about. Who
we're in the trenches, bro. See, this is why FD doesn't care about me. It's because I'm a debate bro. FD is racist against debate bros. Finally, we see it. He probably doesn't even know who I am. I'm reacting to this video and I'm like, man, and I'm like talking about FD's.
Okay, so the debate bro is the dude in the bottom right. Right? So he's the guy reacting to FD Signifier. FD Signifier is a video essayist, and not even somebody who really calls themselves like BreadTube, right? FD Signifier is looking, the glasses. Wait, does dude have glasses? Yeah, I guess he does. Oh, Sharkio, yeah. I think most debate bros mention that they are wrong pretty often. The problem is it's so hard to actually prove because they have such high standards. They don't hold up for themselves, ironically.
Points, and he's there like, I don't even know who you are. This is what's happening right now, bro. Listen, all right, us debate bros, we be in the trenches. You don't know what it's like to have to talk to the dumbest people on earth 24/7. And I gotta tell you, I listen, the video essayist space is 100% not devoid of ass takes. Okay, let me tell you that right now. The video essayist space is not devoid of ass takes. And on top of that, I mean, just look at Sean's Twitter. Listen, if you give people enough time to speak, they'll say some dumb shit. That's just life. But with that being said, I think
I keep on hearing this. Why I'm following Sean. Why do I never see these toxic tweets that supposedly Sean is producing? I don't know. Chad, is this true? Is Sean a bit much on Twitter? I don't know why it is. Like the algorithm or something. I never end up seeing Sean's tweets.
It's just a lot. It's a little unfair because video essayists are kind of live life on easy mode, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. Video essayists do live as a content creator on easy mode. Okay, their community expects them to release a video once every 17 months. They get all of the time in the world to think about every single point that they have and be able to give it in the like best way possible, and sometimes even still they fail. And there's still lots of biases that come through there, and the fact that they're way more disconnected to not only their community but the community of people who disagree with them. There's a massive wall there. There's like the fucking walls of Ba Sing Se, okay, that separates.
I'm not sure I agree. I haven't ever made a video essay, and that is because even a 7-minute video takes me an entire day to produce. Now I might get better as I practiced it more. I might get faster, right? I don't know. Like, yeah, prepared content is no joke, and I feel like, yeah, I don't know if this creator is just unfamiliar with the process and how long it takes. They don't just, like, you know, they're not just they're not just sitting on their ass, like, right? They're working on a script. They're doing research, which a lot of debate bros don't do. In fact, I've heard there was even some debate bros that, you know, might have gotten past content. Might have gotten content passed to them by a certain VTuber that they didn't research and they didn't look at, and they might have had a little bit of regret for having just kind of like repeated the lies that they heard, especially a month later when the chick, you know, goes mask off on Palestinians and you know, says all kinds of horrible things about Palestinians, right? So yeah.
video
Not sure about that.
essayists in a lot of the communities that they talk about.
Sophie's Monsterman videos are like 9 months oh, geez. Monsterman? Wait, what is this? Monsterman. The 10,000 times harder to be a video essayist. You have to know how to research for one. Excuse me. And I don't think I can get away, like, if I burp in a video essay, like, I'm pretty much fucked, right? Wait, I'm missing some of chat. Oh, yeah. Did I mention NYS? Oh. Revoked your license to explain it to white people. It really depends on who is the gatekeeper that decides what it is to be considered toxic and what it is not. Totally shown the effort put in and how worth it is. Debate bros are actively making people less intelligent. Well, okay. I mean, we talked about Destiny yesterday, and Destiny I've met. I said that he's a dude. He's a let me put this, like, let me make sure Destiny's non-binary and dude positive. So that's what I mean by dude. Okay, don't anybody get it twisted and think that I'm erasing Destiny's gender identity, because I would never do that to you, Steven. But what I said was that Destiny relies on conventional wisdom, and I think that he's smarter than that. I think it's a financial decision. I think that he knows that most people don't have a real intersectional analysis, and that you can get a lot, especially if you're going up against, you know, intersectional leftists, you can accrue a pretty big audience of people that just don't get that shit. It's a little bit too much for them. It's a little too, it sounds too nuanced. They can't quite grasp it, right? There's a big market for that. There's a big market for ignorance. And Destiny, you edit out the burps. Oh shit, that's what I should have done.
And it's not the same for us. If some like weirdo conservative disagrees with me, they can just like literally hop right into chat and instantly start speaking to me, which is a little bit different, because even when you're just a video essayist, you can just not read.
Is that expected? Is that, like, if I was still a debate bro and like I was talking smack about Lauren Southern and Lauren Southern pops up in my Discord, am I supposed to talk to her?
YouTube comments. I gotta tell.
Is that expected? Am I a coward if I say, you know, you're kind of a white supremacist and I don't want to talk to you? Is that a fail? Is that me taking an L? I think debates and debaters give some of their fans an excuse not to think for themselves. Something you could level at BreadTube too, if we're being honest. Yeah, it's degrees. Different levels of research, different degrees of ignorance, right?
It's pretty easy not
ignorance
to read
always
comments.
sells.
Just don't. It's a lot harder never to read your chat in a live stream. Like no hate, like many loves and kisses when it comes to video essayists. And once again, I still stand by. I don't care about like video essayist debate bro civil war that's going on, but I don't know, they do be living on a little bit of easy mode. There is no culture war in Ba Sing Se. There is no civil war in Ba Sing Se. That the blood gun is the mutation. It shoots like giga blood.
Battling for
oh yeah, and if a video
What is this game, by the way?
essayist has a bad take, they just don't show it, right? They just don't do it. It just doesn't.
That's funny. That's really funny. So what you're saying basically is like, I'm a video essayist, okay? And like, I'm sitting around my house and I have a thought that I don't know. I'm trying to think what would be my bad take be? What would be my what is my worst take? Just chat, what is my worst take, chat? I like Final Fantasy 13. I enjoyed playing it even though I didn't understand the story at all. That's my take. But I don't put it up. Like I think about putting it in my video and then I realize it's a bad take and I don't put it up. What video essayist? Well, you know, I think of it as a debate bro, soft leftist civil war, and in that sense, I'm not really on either side. I do believe that the debate bros are more toxic. I do believe that the debate bros are more pernicious, malignant. They're basically causing more harm. So I spend my time on them, right? Because with the soft left, you've got, you know, you got a lot of people mixed in there, right? Some of them are well-intentioned, but they can't fight, and they won't fight, and they don't want to fight. And what they do is they dig their head into the sand, and they just ignore all this mess, and they hope that it'll go away. And what happens is they get smaller, their world gets smaller, and these people get bigger. Okay, so there's people like that, you know, and I don't hate them. There's people on the left that, you know, are very soft left, that are very career minded, and they're always looking for a chance to jump on each other. You know, like some people call it cancel culture, but I think what we really call cancel culture comes from opportunism. Like, right? So if the cancel culture is that, like, you know, somebody's a real danger to the community, right? Then I don't have a problem with that, right? But if the cancel culture is achieved through a series of ship of Theseusing of ideas, and to prove something that's, you know, if it's disingenuous, if it's decontextualized, then usually that's careerism at work. That's people eliminating the competition. And yes, it happens on the soft left, at least as much as it does with the debate bros, right? I've experienced this, chat. I've experienced this, right? And you know, like almost like the more that you bring to the table, as far as being able to let that truth come through you, the more threatening you are to people who don't actually have that. And there's plenty of people in this space that don't actually have that. They just want to plant their flag and virtue signal, and they can't lead. They don't have the capacity to move things forward. They just repeat the same shit over and over again, like a litany or something, right? It's and you know, there's that exists on the left. Now, do I talk about that? Do you ever hear me talk about the soft left? Never. Because if I tried to, you know, go after them, I'd end up taking out some good people, because there's good people connected to them, and there's probably some good people connected to the debate bros too. But you know, there's less of that, and I think that the people that empower the debate bros are a little bit more culpable than the people who empower the soft left, or empower the worst elements of the soft left, of which I'm very familiar. And yeah, like I kind of think of it that way, is that like, okay, look, let's supersede the debate bros first, and then we can worry about the problems on the soft left later, is sort of my my take on that.
Come out typically, unless they put it up on like Twitter or something, right? Any bad take, any off take, any
Thai food. Wait, we want Thai food? I didn't get my source check on my Thai food. Elmo is sad. Let's protest in front of nocommentchick. More Thai food, or we strike. Wait, do you want me to eat Thai food and then you get to eat it vicariously? Is that the idea?
anything that you, even if your take is correct, if you say it in a way that people don't like, if you could have phrased it better, they can redo.
Do you want me to do a mukbang? I always feel like I'm going to gross people out by eating on stream. I do it sometimes when I'm really hungry, but I always feel gross for doing it.
And retake all of that stuff. They live content creator mode on easy mode. All right, easy mode.
I can't even tell though. Maybe this guy's just kind of shit posting. This could be like, this almost sounds ironic, but I don't know. Maybe he really, I legit, this is the problem. Okay, I can't tell when he's serious and when he's shit posting, honestly.
Here's what being a video essayist is like, okay? Just easy clap.
For the souls of their fellow edgelords. And all snark aside.
Oh, my worst take, not getting you Thai food. Oh, I got it.
I'm not gonna poo-poo the role that plays.
Thai food, that's like one of my favorite things. God, what are my favorite kinds of food? I really like Ethiopian food, but it's kind of expensive for what it is. I should learn to cook it or something, right? Because yeah, it's like $20 for like or not $20, but like, you know, 15, almost $20 for like a and you get a lot of food. It's that's the other thing too. It's more food than I can eat usually. Vietnamese is really good. Pho especially. Also banh. Japanese food. Oh my god, I almost forgot because like I eat it like all the time. And obviously Thai food too. And wait, and Chinese food, yes. What else do I eat? Potatoes. Usually what I eat is like really simple. Like I talk about all these like kinds of food that I like, but like this is like what I like to eat if I'm eating out at a restaurant, which is pretty rare. But day to day, just I eat like oatmeal, bananas, put a little berries into the oatmeal. It's delicious. I'll eat potatoes and tofu, and I try to get my vegetables, but sometimes I forget because I don't have time. YouTube member goal mukbang. Wait, does that mean you get to eat with me if you wait a member goal? Wait. Oh, we get a certain amount of members and then I eat a mukbang as a reward.
In leftist discourse, I do think you need people with lived experience.
Oh my god. Is TNT in here? TNT, you in here today? Jerk chicken. Oh, jerk sauce is so good. It's so good.
Experience on the forefront of such
jerk anything.
movement, engaging with their peers.
That's gonna get clipped. That's gonna get clipped.
In a way that people outside of that group can't do. You need that to support the growth out of harmful and destructive ideologies. That's partially the basis for this channel.
Horny jail for no comment check.
I was not always a progressive and forward-thinking intersectional scholar about gender and masculinity and feminism and whatever else. It took me to spend time dismantling toxic masculinity and patriarchy within myself to get to this point.
That is important. That is important.
And I think as a man with lived experience who understands the nature of black masculinity, I am better equipped.
But I think FD Signifier also understands that like allowing some of that ignorance in your community. I'm sometimes worried about this myself, but like you know, like you want an open discourse. You want to give people a chance to learn, but you're always you're always balancing that with your need to make the space accessible for marginalized people. In fact, I would say I try to err on the side of that. Yeah.
My black female contemporaries for engaging with this group, but
so true.
There should be some parameters.
Women out.
Debate bros, much like the warrior classes that they play in their RPG games, don't know how to do much else but fight. And their viewers tune in not to really learn anything, but for blood sport. Their fandom hinges greatly on parasociality. These guys.
I'm eating some nice Irish. Yeah, I guess I am eating Irish food when I eat potatoes.
Don't have a.
It's Irish. If it's potatoes and tofu, then it's Irish Japanese fusion, I guess. I used to think it was really funny to like I had, oh my god, chat, like, oh, joke, yeah. We were teenagers in the 70s. We in public education, no imagination.
A lot of original ideas or assessments. They have a baseline knowledge of leftist theory.
I used to kind of shitpost, okay, and like this is like as edgy as I got, right? I think I called it like Irene's ratchet cuisine, right? And I would do things like I would make sushi. So rice, seaweed, but what do I put in the middle? Pizza sauce and mushrooms and you know, like basically pizza stuff. So I made pizza sushi, and I thought it was really fucking funny because I knew that people like sushi would just hate me for that, you know. And I kind of enjoyed like that I was making. I would make like sushi, but it would be like really weird, you know, filling or something like that. Which I mean, it works for me. It's delicious, but.
Which, I mean, that's all I really have myself. And of course,
I don't think I ever made jerk sushi though. That would have been good.
The rest of current topics because that's their job, but they severely lack in.
What? An error has occurred.
Else but fight. and their viewers tune in not to really learn anything, but for blood sport. Their fandom hinges greatly on parasociality. These guys don't have a lot of original ideas or assessments. They have a baseline knowledge of leftist theory, which, I mean, that's all I really have myself. And of course, they stay abreast of current topics because that's their job, but they severely lack an effective praxis into the content that they are often responding to. What they have are strong personalities and skills of sophistry. And for now, their ideological basis is left-leaning, so their fans tune in to watch them just talk.
I don't like this argument. I don't like this.
I wonder why.
This is bad. So here's my thing. If we both
As long as you bread it and fry it. Huh, I never tried that.
have a baseline knowledge of leftist content, what makes him more, at the very least, someone in his position, what makes him more prone to have original ideas than someone like me? What makes him more prone to that? I really don't think that video essayists are the ones with original ideas. They just put other people's original ideas in like PBS public service announcements sort of like format that people can enjoy, or like they go a little bit more theatrical with it, like ContraPoints in Philosophy Chube, right? But I don't think that means, I wouldn't say that means they're like unoriginal, but I don't think that video, and I'm not saying that this means that no video essayist has original ideas, because I think that's 100% false. Just like saying that I don't think debate bros or whatever have original ideas, I think that's incredibly false, because I don't know if he's talking about like writing the next Das Kapital or something, or the way you formulate arguments or different perspectives.
I think that what FD Signifier is pointing out is a tendency, right? And it's not a universal tendency. There's nothing stopping debate streamers. Like, there's nothing stopping me from doing a bunch of research. In fact, Demon Mama does this sometimes, right? Doing a bunch of research ahead of time and presenting an idea in much the same way as a video essayist would. There's nothing to stop you from that, but it just usually isn't done because the path of least resistance in so many ways is to do React content. What made FD more prone to having more original ideas than this guy? Imagination, the ability to research. Well, yeah, and oh God. Like, so for me, it's like there's two things. Okay. Like, you could be a video essayist and be just as much of a douche as any debate bro. That could happen. That could easily happen, you know? Like, I'm sure there's examples of it. This guy is all over the map. Essayists aren't original, except some are original, but none of them do anything original. True. It's nuanced. In reality, it's nuanced. That's you know, the underlying, you know, thing. And I would say that, here's what I'll say. Video essayists on the average are more likely to engage with nuance, and maybe even more able to engage with nuance. Maybe there's even like a limiting factor, right? Of being having to perform at the time. And for me, you know, streaming, it's a lot easier to have something to kind of, it's a dialogue, right? Or I almost want to say dialectic, but like I do think that FD is also mentioning like I don't know, like, because if I say theory, it's going to sound elitist, right? And I'm definitely not trying to gatekeep anybody here. If I say theory, it's going to sound like really elitist, right? But yeah, grounding in, you know, some grounding in theory, a little bit of grounding in academia, like even, you know, with the case of like ContraPoints or Philosophy Tube, whereas, and we're just talking about like tendencies, right? There's nothing to stop a, you know, PhD student who's like obsessed with research from doing research streams, you know, as content, and then going and debating. Like, you know, that person could be a debate bro for all we know, right? That's entirely possible. To be fair, video essayists can edit their content much better, which is a learned skill.
I think you can have a lot of different perspectives come from this. I really think that the type of people who make this type of content and like
there is a tendency, right, for debate streamers to sort of leave it at leftism good, or like you know what I mean, capitalism bad. Like, right? Whereas with a video essayist, you're more likely to get into the theory of why capitalism is bad and how we might move forward from it, right? Whereas debate bros would rather just like, you know, anybody proposes an idea to move forward, they're going to ridicule it, they're going to laugh at it, they're going to shit on it, right? That's generally what happens, right? And there's like a little, let's not ignore the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is there's an ideological gap. There's an ideological, again, we're talking about in average, right? But there's an ideological difference there between video essayists and debate streamers. And a lot of that has to do with the debate, the sort of debate bro clout networks, right? They are a space which encourages conformity, and that conformity says that leftism isn't cool. Like that, like talking about it conceptually, you know, saying, you know, gesturing towards it, you know, right, is fine. But anything that's even slightly revolutionary is called dangerous, is, you know, yeah, there's a little bit of an actual like ideological gap. Most debate streamers, and like again, it's because the clout networks, it's because of who is already a debate streamer, tend to be, you know, sock dems at best. Whereas like you've got a lot more like, you know, hard lefties or you know, actual lefties, right? Because I don't really consider, okay, leftists, right? You got lefties maybe on with the debate bros, and then leftists. And this is an oversimplification because it's not all this way. It's not all this way, but it's just in average. Are you becoming a content creator snob? I'm shocked. I tell you, just shocked.
Consume this type of content are much different than the type of people who are typically going to be consuming a video like this, honestly. I think speaking more of like the general aspect of people in the debate community who are literally the loudest, especially since when a principal would consume this sort of content versus video essays, it's like comparing apples to oranges. I do think the comparison's a little wonky in the first place, but
you know, you say it's the loudest, right? You say that this is based on the loudest, right? The loudest means the most reach, okay? And who's going to have the most reach? Somebody that's useful to those clout networks, or somebody that stands up against them? What do you think, chat? You got two streamers, similar size. One of them takes a path that sets them at odds with those clout networks, that sets them at odds with, you know, large streamers. And the other one just, you know, caters to those large streamers, right? Who do you think after, oh, let's say, after 7 months, who do you think is going to be bigger?
I do think there have been a decent amount of political streamers.
So who's going to have more reach? So who's going to be louder? There you go. There you go.
Or whatever, who have some very interesting takes about the world because they come from different backgrounds and they're able to talk about that. Like, it's not like we spend literally no time thinking about what we're going to say on stream. Like, sometimes I don't.
Sometimes you don't have time though. You got to admit that, right? If you're like this guy's like a full-time streamer, right? So, you know, if you're doing that much content, it's really hard.
I don't have scripts necessarily for segments, but I do have like bullet points for topics that I want to touch on and the way that I lead it into other topics.
You got bullet points. Okay, cool.
It's like, I don't know. I just don't think that this point is very simple.
I'm sorry. I was totally wrong. I didn't realize the dude has bullet points, so.
Alien when it comes to they have no original ideas. They don't talk about anything real, really. Whereas like, I'm not gonna poo-poo on their point or relevance in the space, but then say they have literally no ideas and all they do is blood
I wasn't thinking about the bullet points, I guess.
sports. Or that people only tune in for blood sports. I just think it's pretty untrue. I mean, even when it comes to us, like, who do you mention, like Vosh's Xanderhall Destiny? Like, even then, like, some of the most popular videos that they have aren't debates necessarily. And even if they are debates, they're pretty decent debates when it comes to picking someone's brain apart and looking at how they think. And once again, I've already given my take on how important I think some of these debates in the public sphere are. But like, with that being said, I don't know, man. It's just, I think like all they know how to do is fight. Like, we're like filthy barbarians, and the video essayists are like the tea sipping.
No, I mean, you don't just know how to fight. You also know how to simp.
Fine pressed suit generals who make all the real ideas. I don't like that. I really don't feel like there are many black political streamers who are big leftists.
It's about longevity. The loud ones are like energy drinks, great for a minute and then they crash. Whereas thinking education content creators grow an audience that lasts. Also seems like not all debate bros, like a not all debate bros thing. Some people are having thoughtful ideas, but debate bros TM aren't generally thoughtful and open. Yeah, and maybe it doesn't reward you. Maybe the incentives don't reward you as much for thoughtfulness as they do for something like drama or being, like I said, useful to those clout networks, being able to circle the wagons, not attacking anybody inside the club, right? Only attacking the acceptable targets outside the club, even if those acceptable targets are friends that have never said anything but kind words towards you.
Here on Twitch, yeah, there aren't many. Very, very few. We're a rare breed, okay? Destiny's most popular video is playing League with Lauren Southern. Is that true? Is that true? Destiny's most popular video? Okay, no? Why are you lying to me? You're banned. Fuck you. Fuck you. I believed it for a second. I could see that. I could see that because like it goes from like the old big debates with Lauren Southern to playing League with Lauren Southern. I can see that. That's cringe to me personally, but you know. And I don't think like every debate has to be one that's moderated. I think like two people can moderate themselves. That and just because there's a moderator does not make it a real debate, okay? I think like what the person goes into thinking of and how they handle themselves in a debate is more important than whether or not there's a moderator or even whether or not there's a good moderator. I'm sorry. Some people are just incapable of having a conversation even if there is a moderator. You've seen it before. Like you're just literally incapable of talking to other human beings. You just can't
take care of your kitty. Yeah,
do it. All right.
Yeah, you know who the boss is.
Cannot do it. So you gotta do. All political streamers know is play video game, debate bro,
and eat hot chip and lie.
Recite they talking point, eat hot chip and lie. True.
What they have are strong personalities and skills of sophistry. And for now,
no, I gotta say I kind of like. Okay, so I since I'm dunking on debate bro so much here, let me say one nice thing. I appreciate the memes. Debate bros have some pretty good memes sometimes, yeah.
And also, I think
especially that hot chip and lie. That is fire.
I think rhetoric and being able to talk to people and engage with people in ways that they understand.
Weasley little liar. There's so many greatest hits. Yeah, no, I'm not, I don't completely, discount debate bro culture as nothing of value.
It's really important. I'm sorry, bro. I gotta tell you one thing. I don't think
we can't have moderators. How else will you yell like an a-hole?
Most of these political video essays are geared towards someone who disagrees with them, or in a way that like someone who disagrees with them would tune into in any way or care about in any way. At the very least, like here, the way that we respond to content would lead more people to be like, yo, what the fuck is this? And I gotta tell you, it is pretty impressive for people to look at, I don't want to say like someone like me, but like a debate bro or whatever, react Andy, respond to this sort of content real time and
or Andrea,
be able to have like salient, persuasive, and correct debunks.
I completely discount debate bros on every level
of such issues. That is very impressive to people. And at the end of the day, okay, when it comes to talking to people in real life, you're not going to give them a lecture, okay? It's not going to happen. You're having a conversation with someone in real life to like change their mind about a certain issue. You're not going to be like, yes, please sit here for 30 minutes while I give you my soliloquy about why you are wrong. You got to learn how to talk to people in ways that they understand and resonates with them. I just don't think video essay content is the type of content. I think video essay content is more.
So what you're saying is that some of the content is you find maybe gatekeepy. It's a little dense, nuanced. I mean, that's valid.
Content that speaks to the choir more than it does speak to anyone else, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because like bringing this sort of like ideas, talking points, fully like 100% completely fleshed out opinions that hopefully a video essayist brings to the table is important and is very persuasive for a decent amount of people. But I do feel like I find it hard to believe there's going to be like a right winger who's going to be like, let me sit through this hour long
Umar, that's hilarious.
About, like, this apparent debunk of my political positions. It's a little harder to do that.
That's hilarious.
But something that's like a stream or something is more engaging and is more likely to hold someone's attention for that too. And personality is important. I'm sorry, personality is important for like video essays too. Like people click out of video essays because they're boring as fuck. I'm sorry, there's some like boring as hell video essays that people do not stick around for. That happens. Keeping someone's attention is a very big thing, especially when it comes to long format content. Your personality is very important.
Their ideological basis is left-leaning, so their fans tune in to watch them just talk, make jokes, play video games, and react to the more in-depth work of others. Sometimes for hours. And to be fair,
me.
If
Called
I
out.
had
Called
3
out.
or 4 hour streams of these guys talking and playing video games, I doubt I would have anything negative to say about 95%.
I think what is missing is people talking to others in a way that makes them want to learn more instead of trying to convince them in some kind of debate.
Of what they do on stream.
He's talking about
and
me.
I understand that when you're talking for that long, you're liable to say some things that maybe you wish you hadn't said. But there's a limit. That extra 5% and the patterns evident in that 5% are concerning.
He took
And this
that
is because
5%.
while the ideological basis of these guys on paper is good, the energy and rhetoric and vibe of these guys isn't. The scary reality is that the very homogenous nature of their fan bases, who are fresh out of radical hate-filled movements, and the way these people react and respond and behave on these streams, from a distance, when you see a debate bro debating a white supremacist, you can't easily tell who is who.
Like one thing that I noticed, and I've talked about.
What? Excuse me? Really? That is a very curious take. That's a very strange take.
You're getting your legs scratched.
Tell you, when a debate bro's debating a white supremacist, you can't tell who is who? Really? What? Like, he said he didn't watch these videos, but man, that is, I honestly can't think of something more incorrect. Maybe he's going to flesh it out and talk about this a little bit more, but like, man,
But don't you see that yelling at somebody means that your, ideas are fundamentally different, even if they come from the same place? Even if they're just pared down, versions that rely on the same reductionist, conventional wisdom takes devoid of nuance or context? Really? Don't you? But if I'm yelling at the Nazi, it means I'm not a Nazi. Nazi bad.
I honestly can't think of a debate where that's happened.
How could you confuse us? I believe the other video that I saw of this streamer was a debate where that happens, which he reacted to. So,
can you? Yeah, whenever I debate Rob, you honestly, you just can't tell. You can't tell what's up. Might be true for like an enlightened centrist. Maybe they, I don't know. I don't want to believe that. I think he's smarter than that to be like, they're both yelling, so they're both the same.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. You got to listen better.
I don't think that's true. But yeah, this is all right. Let's hear
A little bit like on Twitter and stuff is, I don't want to be like I'm old school or something, but like
there's a catch-22 with essayists using too much nomenclature can be alienating, but there's also a lot lost in oversimplifying and balancing. That is another skill. True.
Back in the early 2010s, there were all the like anti-SJWs and all those people, and a lot of these like white leftists are like indistinguishable from them. Like they talk the same. Like
Ooh, I got chills because I'm having somebody say it.
like sometimes it's literally like word for word. Like they use the same arguments. Like it's wild.
The same
I feel like here's what's happening. Okay, FD Signifier has the They Live glasses on, and Sharkio's got just regular glasses, not They Live glasses. Yeah.
tactics.
Yeah.
And this problem with debate bros and their fandom, who understand make up a very significant chunk of left tube viewing, including.
You just gotta get pilled, right? But be careful, because getting pilled might be bad for your bottom line.
My own is the problem of most white left tube, both creators and consumers, which is for all of the theory and research and outward rejection of white supremacy on paper, the vast majority have not taken the time to dismantle the white racial frame through which they see the world.
Okay. How they use the same arguments. There are like some issues that I can kind of see that from, but there's a problem with like just about everyone. And I've seen some video essays do this too. But on this topic necessarily, there are some people who are still like a little bit like dude bro-y, a little edgy, who have like similar talking points on like certain things, especially like more marginal issues, like some beliefs on like trans people. Like one thing, the thing that
Okay, so like there's some recognition.
I can remember that I can point to this would probably be like the kink and pride discourse and the like indecent like sex in public discourse. Like both of those two things, I do feel like the people who are like big detractors of that were using a lot of conservative talking points with that specifically. But other than that, I really don't know what you mean.
Oh, but see, what you don't get is that, and I know who you're talking about. You're talking about RGR. What you're missing is that RGR is conservative, and she's not trying to hide that. And what really disturbs me about debate bros is that a lot of times they can talk to a conservative without seeing it. A lot of times because somebody's friends with your friends, you're going to assume that that person's a fellow lefty, right? Especially if they kind of not virtue signal, but they have the kind of like cultural signifiers, let's say, that leads you to believe that, right? For instance, like, a VTuber, unless they're spouting, Nazi talking points, like, is going to be assumed to be, somewhat on the left, right? It's just kind of a.
What do you mean by a white racial frame?
And that's why some right wingers use VTubers to kind of, to kind of mask up, right? To hide their power level.
I think he's mostly talking about like the white like background that you come from and the way that you analyze and see the world, and like some prejudices that you might have that can lead you to some bad paths, right? That being said, on like the tone and the way we argue, I think honestly arguing kind of like a right winger is a good thing. And here's what I mean by that. Like, I do this a lot typically when it comes to the debates, because a lot of conservatives have a very strange end goals. I remember specifically debating that John Doyle fan when it comes to the glow.
I think I see where he's going with that. And there's some truth. Contra has said something similar in the past, so therefore it's true. No, Contra has said something similar in the past, and independently of that, I think it's true. It's good to be able to know what and how right-wingers think. Not so much to debate right-wingers, which I don't think is super useful, but to be able to deconstruct their talking points, which I think is more useful. But at the same time, you have to be careful, because too much understanding is too much understanding. The only way you get to a certain level of understanding is through immersion. Immersion is likely to like you can end up like sliding, and I've seen this happen to friends of mine. You end up sliding ideologically without even realizing it, right? We know this about human beings. If you're around a group of people, you'll tend to start to think like them. Now, wait, if you were said, let's say that, it was back in the day, back in high school, you were an edgy anti-SJW, and that's where you learned it from. As long as you do the work of de-radicalizing yourself, and you become aware of that stuff, and those processes aren't actually, like, if their processes are conscious, right? If you, like, consciously think, this is how right-wingers think, right? That's okay. But if you've incorporated that into your unconscious, that's dangerous. And it's really dangerous for marginalized people, because you seem safe to them. You've got all the cultural signifiers that make them feel safe, and you're not. You haven't de-radicalized. You haven't completed the work of de-radicalization. And we see this a lot with debate bros. This is a kind of a defining feature in some ways of debate bros.
Homo and homosexuality, and how we need to stop trans people from being, because his main goal was for people to live who they are, and they think that trans people aren't living who they are. So my retort to that would be, they are living who they are, and instead of convincing them of his core fundamental position that he wants people to live who they are, I can use his position that already exists and just change the way he gets there, because I want people to live as who they are. That's why we accept trans people, because that is who they are. And that's the argument I made to him. Like, if you want people to live who they are, like, what?
But if you really accept trans people, you got to defend us against people that are trying to spread tropes. If you don't even know that's what they're doing, then you're worse than useless to us. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this to this content creator personally. I don't know what his history with trans rights is. It might be good for all I know. But like, yeah, that's a lot of times because of the lack of awareness. Like I said, sometimes debate bros do not recognize the right winger among them, right? Even when the right winger is a former Killstream co-host.
What they naturally are, right? Because
but it's a VTuber. It's a VTuber. They must be a lefty. They're friends with my friends.
They shouldn't be forced to be anything.
My friends are good people, right? Right? I mean, they're nice to me.
Else, then you have to fundamentally believe that trans people should be able to be trans or whatever, and that's a really big thing. So, and some arguments can go down a path like that, very similar. God made me trans. That is true. That is true. So
wait, debate bro, the debate bro, what? Are you talking about like debate broception, Bob? People trying to debate bro the debate bro. Off Twitch.
When it comes to situations like that, I can see people being like, oh, they're making like similar arguments. For me, if we're talking to people who are like formerly right-winger, or people who we want to pull from the right, or like enlightened centrists or whatever, making these type of arguments are very salient to them, because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, like, conservatives have good rhetoric. They just do. If you
This says something. Wait, is that an Amogus? Wait a minute, chat, is that an Amogus? Wait, let me see this. What is this thing? The thing that he's walking around, is that an Amogus? I don't know what to say. Like, walking around an Amogus, while you're self-reporting?
Agree with this, you're just wrong. You're incorrect, okay? You're just literally factually incorrect, okay? And there's nothing I can do to argue you off that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just don't have ideas. There's nothing. Oh, wait, but you're a debate bro. You should be able to do that. You should be able to tear down you find out how I think, tear down the logic, expose the contradictions, and you know, maybe I don't accept it. Maybe I won't take the L or something, but at least your audience will see what's wrong with my thought process, and then they'll know better. They'll know better than to listen to my dumbass takes, right? But because literally what I'm getting here is just like, it's just wrong. I can't explain why it's wrong. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to discourse with it. I don't want to debate it, right? This is in a way a weird, a lot of times what debate bros will criticize, like, you know, the soft left for, and you know, sometimes rightly so, although I don't know if it's necessarily, like, you can't, like, you know, go at a marginalized person and be like, but you won't listen to Rob Noah's point on why, you know, trans people aren't valid. You don't listen to Rob Noah just wants to, you know, you like, right? Like this is something that you know, that non-debate bros are often criticized for by debate bros, unwillingness to engage. And why in this specific point? Because I haven't heard unwillingness to engage anywhere else.
That point, probably, if you're like really dug into the fact that
it's Enter the Gungeon.
That if you're really dug into the.
But what is that thing that it looks like an Amogus, like the thing that is being circled around?
Incorrect position that they're not, because they do have incredibly good rhetoric, and to emulate some of that rhetoric in certain ways is good because they have some decent rhetoric sometimes.
I mean, in this case, I don't need to engage because you're making my point for me. Okay, that's how you feel. Nice to know.
And so we should understand that, but I don't know. I don't like this argument. They sound just like righties, especially when staunchly against them, especially when it comes to like a heated debate. It's very hard to not be able to differentiate. Left has a communication problem. Yeah, and honestly, I think that this type of content cuts through that communication problem. I really think it does. And the way that we speak to people, like normal people.
I mean, he's saying that it speaks to him. Right? Don't get it twisted. I'm not calling, I don't know enough about this dude's content to call, you know, to characterize him as being right-wing. I just know it's a tendency of debate bros to unconsciously, you know, kind of absorb right-wing thinking, right? And then it becomes a whole issue to try to unwind that, because they don't even know that's what they think. They're not entirely conscious. They think that they're just admiring the rhetoric. They think that they're just admiring the aesthetic level, right? That then there's a deeper level. But what I'm telling you is that the aesthetics of right-wing discourse, the aesthetics of right-wing rhetoric, come from a right-wing understanding of the world, come from a right-wing, you know, perspective, right? And that's fine if you want to do the work to you know, make sure that, like, you're conscious of that and you know what you're talking about. Like, you know the difference, right? You know this is how they think, so I'm gonna, like, you know, kind of mirror that argument. But I understand what's wrong with the argument, and I understand moreover what's wrong with the logic behind the argument, right? Because fundamental to the right-wing viewpoint is something that we talk about on the stream all the time: dominance paradigm, right? The problem with the debate bros often is that they have internalized that dominance paradigm, and they you know, either consciously or unconsciously subscribe to that subscribe to that you know, worldview, right? And as the left isn't about denying our vulnerability. The left isn't about killing the weakness inside ourselves, right? This might sound really bad to a debate bro. This might sound like, oh, you got no chance, then this is what's wrong with the left, right? What they're failing to understand is that leftism is about coming together to acknowledge our mutual vulnerability, our humanity, our imperfection, and saving, you know, but for that, we're not really doing leftism. It doesn't mean we're fetishizing or worshiping weakness, right? Because that's a criticism that Vosh has made. What it means is that we're not, like, you know, running from that, and we're not seeing weakness as a moral failing, as dominance paradigm would have you believe. Yeah, there's a fundamental difference between right-wing and left-wing thinking. And what I fear with these debate bros is they're trying to get to a left-wing goal by means of right-wing with an underlying right-wing perspective, with an underlying right-wing viewpoint that they think is politically neutral, but which is actually, you know, the germ through which out of which the right-wing ideology grows, right? So they're taking the seed, you know, they're taking a rye seed and they're planting it in the ground, and just like those dipshit like Cincoists, they think that they're going to get wheat out of the rye seed by growing it in the right conditions. This is rhetorical Lysenkoism. Dude, I didn't know you were an ML.
And
oh my god, I just pissed off the MLs. I didn't mean it.
In this like really big analytical framework, being able to take those ideas here. This is why people like Bill Nye and like Kyle from like, you know the guy who makes that, I forget his name, I forget his channel's name, the guy who makes that content where it's like, whoa, what would it be like if this superhero had this power in real life? That guy Kyle. Science communicators are incredibly important, and honestly, in some respects, more important than the scientists themselves, because we can have a lot of positions and we can see a lot of things. Yeah, Kyle Hill. But if there's no way to be able to have people understand those topics, how are we ever going to implement them? How? Well, like one really big thing that's happening right now that we have to deal with is,
wait, I mean, like, so I think that he's talking about things like you know, global warming, like, you know, scientific concepts that are integral to politics.
how a lot of like left wing and like academia and sociology and science and stuff has like almost no way to make itself palatable or understandable to normal human beings. And so people like Bill Nye, even though he may not have original ideas, he takes very important ideas and distills them down into a way that your average person can understand and take home and hang their hat on. Because I'm sorry, like a lot of people will read, you can like read a study and you can listen to a like,
I mean, it's all well and good unless what you're hanging your hat on is a reductivist take that isn't functional in a way that, like, maybe it's functional in one way. It gets you to, you know, okay, so global warming's real, right? But, you know, it's you start to mistake the dumbed down version of the concept for the concept itself, right?
highly,
It's what we always talk about, mistaking the map for the territory. This is a really common human tendency, right?
Analytical video essay, and it goes in one ear and out the other if you don't know how to communicate that to people. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson went on Ben Shapiro and gave you super good thumbnail explaining reasonable trends. Yeah, and that was also like really good, being able to explain that in a way that people just understand and took. I think that's great. He did a very good job on that. Very good.
It's not an either or.
Indeed. So this
right-wingers are obsessed with being this strong. Yeah,
is incredibly important. I don't like this mindset that a lot of video essays have regarding this issue. I just don't think it's very, I think it's a little cringe.
Even the ones that aren't tech.
like that's the problem. The map's not the territory. I think that debate bros get hung up on this concept that the ends are, I mean, it's not really about ends and means. God, how do I explain this? Like, they don't follow things to their root or their rhizome. Sorry, that's actually a really bad metaphor to bring Deleuze into this particular subject. So let's stick to root. They don't follow the root back to the seed, right? And they don't see that, you know, fundamentally, a rye seed is going to give you a rye plant, and a wheat seed is going to give you a wheat plant. It doesn't matter what conditions you put that in, okay? You're not going to turn wheat into rye. You're not going to turn rye into wheat, except by evolution, which is anathema to a Lysinkoist, right? That's fake news.
Technically white still operate very well within a white racial framework. In fact, this white racialized framework is kind of great significance in terms of how they maintain credibility with their audience and their opposition. The thing I think a lot of white perpetually online leftists don't fully engage with is that they come from the exact...
I get it. I see. He's talking about Vosh's tactical N-word. Okay, now I see what's happening. Now I see. I get it completely. Yes, the tactical N-word. Now, okay, finally starting to make sense.
Same communities as their neo-Nazi fascist alt-right enemies. If not for a coin flip, these are the same people. They played on the same sports teams. They ate at the same lunch tables. If Destiny and JonTron went to high school together, they would have likely been best friends until maybe they went away to college and one took, I don't know, philosophy and the other one sociology. They, and a lot of what makes up the white online left, have yet to fully engage with the following question. What was it inside you or inside your worldview that ever made fascism appealing in the first place? It's not just Sargon of Akkad videos. It's not just that you were a nerd and a social outcast, or you like gaming, or you had some trouble growing up. Critical race theory, which again is something that almost all of these guys did videos on this year, tells us what it is. It is the construction of a white racial frame, aka white habitus. And just a quick aside, did any of you watch a critical race theory video not made by a white creator? If you searched it on YouTube...
Wait, now, sure they could have been friends, but honestly, they could have been my friend. Before John's like insane like arc, like I had a pretty reasonable perception of John. He was just fine. He's just a guy who makes silly video, and that's basically it. But I mean, yeah, obviously.
I mean, I'll have to rely on the audience. Is this like a bullet hell? It's a kind of a bullet hell, right? Yeah, I'll have to rely on you, audience. Is this true about JonTron? There was no way to tell until what, the debate with Destiny? Or is it possible, like, I don't know. I actually don't know, right? Because I never followed JonTron, and I don't know what JonTron's arc was. Is it just that, like, you know, JonTron didn't give political opinions at all, and there was no real sign at all? Or is this is another issue of, like, they're my friends, so they must be on, you know, they must be on the left? Like, I legitimately don't know. It's a bullet hell, and the enemies are all various bullets and stuff themselves with guns? What? You could convince me of that probably, even if it's a shitpost. I never heard of either John or Steven before that debate.
Without knowing much more, I think most people would have just been his friend. He just seems like a normal guy, but obviously...
Oh, yeah, so you're saying friend. Yeah, no, this makes sense. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, most people would have been his friend. That is the difference. That's what you lose by not having, you know, a grounding in I don't want to say theory, because that sounds like I'm trying to gatekeep, right? And I'm not some kind of theory master either, right? I pick up, you know, what I can. I understand what I can, but, you know, yeah, it's kind of a Cliff Notes version, right? But for not even having that Cliff Notes version, for not even having that Wikipedia version of a grounding in these concepts, then you don't notice when the person that is your friend, that seems really cool, and that's giving you all the right cultural signifiers to show you that they are a fellow lefty is actually not a lefty at all, right?
He wasn't. And I do have to say, like, what makes fascism really appealing is the fact that they touch on important topics and they give them to people in a way that they understand, right? Like, I mean, he explained it earlier in his video, right? They hit the same topics. They had like the understanding of what's going on. The difference is they told you what was wrong, but the thing is they pointed out like minorities and women, which is what's wrong, which is just not true. Like, a lot of fascists...
Wait, what? They showed you what's wrong correctly? Wait, no, I didn't hear that right. I didn't hear that right. Did I? Did I hear that correctly? They identified the problem correctly, but their solution to the problem is incorrect. Is that what we're getting? It's so false that leftists need to adopt this sort of conservative, macho, aggressive, dominant style to succeed. Even conservatives have succeeded without it. Boris Johnson, for example.
are correct in their assessments of like the world that we live in a sense, especially when it comes to a lot of like economic things. But their prescriptions for such are terrible, and they have like really good rhetoric, and that's what gets people to believe a lot of this stuff. It makes sense. It's intuitive. And if left-wing ideas don't make sense and aren't intuitive, people are less likely to just believe them on the face. They'll go with the thing that seems like it makes more sense. And
does anybody, like, I don't want to mischaracterize what's being said here, right? There's every chance that I heard it incorrectly.
Would be fascism. Like, I'm sorry, like almost every single person or like leader of fascist movements are incredible.
So is what he's saying that like fascism identifies the problem as economic deprivation of the majority of people, but then either, you know, finds like a racial group to blame that on, or you know, give some argument about degeneracy and women not being kept in their place and all that kind of stuff, you know, when in actuality it's about power, it's about leverage, and it's about the consolidation of that in a small group that defends its claim to that power. Is that what I'm hearing? Is obsessing over theory kind of... Well, I mean, do you think I'm obsessing over theory here? I haven't mentioned like any theory. Like, I haven't even touched on theory. I don't feel like I have the right to flex that. Like I said, I've got at best, like, you know, a Wikipedia Cliff Notes knowledge of theory, right? But I feel like a lot of these debate bros are missing even that.
People always remember them as incredible orators. Like, what do people remember if you talk about like someone like Hitler even? Like, what do people always say about Hitler? Like
I think a level of being human and unpolitician-y would be popular and has been. Bernie, Corbyn, etc. Maybe is this about, like, you know, pro-establishment, anti-establishment? Is that what he's getting at? He means that reactionaries are very good at presenting issues in a way that is easily palatable. But he said something about that they get the they get the problem right, but their solutions are monstrous, right? Is that what I'm getting? Theory, like science, is necessary for a base. Well, yeah, that's right. You know, in a way, like, you know, he's already acknowledged the necessity of some kind of grounding in science. You know, albeit like a Bill Nye grounding.
Big thing, okay? What was Hitler's big thing? He was an incredible...
And before anybody gets it twisted, I you know, Bill Nye's great.
Incredible speaker. He was an incredible orator. He was very incredible, and he leached onto a lot of like...
I don't know if this is true. I actually don't know if this is true. Oh wait, correction. There's a correction. You do not, under any circumstances, got to hand it to him. Oh, geez, yeah. Well, like, you know, hey, here's me extending the benefit of the doubt, right? I think that was just, you know, when you're streaming for a long time, sometimes words come out of your mouth weird, right? So I wouldn't have, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, go after this streamer for his word choice.
Socialist talking points, which were very popular.
Yeah, I can see how it sounds, though.
Popular and intuitive to a lot of people, to be able to get them to agree with a lot of his prescriptions. He just gave them different prescriptions. And that doesn't mean...
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, did he give them socialist talking points, or did he give them, like, so, you know, part of what Hitler did was entryism on a social, on a workers' party, right? So he got his people in, and he took it over from the inside. And so that they had, you know, socialist in the name, even though you can't really make an argument that, you know. And that might have convinced some people that was the goal, right? So there was at least the aesthetics there. but I actually don't know. I haven't analyzed Hitler's speeches enough to, you know, comment really.
We need to change our arguments. Our arguments are correct. We just need different prescriptions. And so the same thing that leads someone to be left wing is the same thing that leads someone to be right wing, at least when it comes to the rhetoric standpoint, I think personally. And a lot of being able to play on certain prejudices as well that can do that. I disagree. I think there's a little bit more nuance that goes into that. There's some prejudices that leads you to being more.
I can speak German, and he was fairly charismatic, but people overestimate how good of a speaker he is. All I know is that his writing sucked. And it's a mess. It's almost incoherent. But yeah, I never really like read a lot of his speeches.
Susceptible to some things along that line.
And I also never read it, you know, I also never saw his writing in German, so, and I don't really speak German that well, so.
Those lines. I feel like rhetoric draws away from the idea. Well, what's the idea? Oh, you mean the idea in and of itself? Sure, it can draw away from the idea, right? But that's the point. It's supposed to draw away from the idea. It's supposed to draw away from the idea. That's the point. That's why they lean so hard onto rhetoric. That's their plan, for you to kind of forget about the idea and just kind of buy into it and then be.
Wait, what's the idea? I lost track of what we're talking about here.
Really encapsulated by the rhetoric. That's the point. It's a little reductive. I am just memeing right now, but at the same time.
Oh, okay. Wait, what are we supposed to do with that?
I still agree with that point. Like,
wait, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I know what he means by I'm just memeing right now.
A lot of the things that makes people believe this.
They kept the program of the Workers' Party, but one of the first courses of action was to remove socialists in there. Yeah, that's what I mean by hollowed it out, right? It's like a alien, you know, getting into somebody's body and popping out of their stomach or whatever, right? Taking over the body or whatever. Oh my god, why do I have to use sci-fi metaphors? Trump black-pilled me on the whole concept of charisma.
Are similar on the right, not the same. And I agree, like there's some people are just not predisposed to believing a lot of this stuff, and that's definitely something that's worth looking into. Like, I'm not disagreeing that you shouldn't look into what made you feel that way, right? But you know, that's always important. I feel like the idea needs.
I mean, there is some. Yeah, okay, maybe you could say that fascism appeals to some of the same emotions that leftism does. I believe Marx himself, who, you know, kind of anti-Semitic himself, right? But I believe that he referred to fascism as like wait, was this Marx? Oh my god, I might be completely mixing this up. I know people have characterized, Marxists have characterized like fascism as a lesser, like I think the phrase was poor man's Marxism, or like basically the idea being like a lesser incoherent version of Marxism, in that, like, you know, at least in Germany, part of what they were speaking to was economic privation of the people. Nazis used Oswald Spengler's reinterpretation of the term socialism that he described in his writing Prussianism and Socialism. Marx would have been an atheist debate bro if he was born today. Nazis were clearly Christians.
To be the focus? Yeah, it needs to be. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you that it needs to be the focus. I'm just saying that, like, if he's asking the question, what made you believe that I feel like for most people, that's the real answer.
Right now, according to your algorithm, could you even
anti-Semitism? You're right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fuck. You're right. That's the quote. Yeah. That basically, when you see anti-Semitism combined with the tropes of Jewish people being rich, then it's like some of what a workers' revolution would do is rely on people's outrage at the concentration of wealth and power, and that a lot of the anti-Semitic tropes try to project that consolidation onto Jewish people.
Wait, because like at
The socialism of fools.
the end of the day, right? The difference between fascists is what they want to, my bad. The difference between us and fascists is what they want solutions to the problems, whereas they want to hate and genocide as the answer to societal problems. Yeah, like, but once again, we're just talking about the solution. We're talking about the solutions that they have. Like, we all know Nosballs, they exist because the rhetoric is very good, because the rhetoric is correct in the sense that diagnosing problems, the cure for those problems is what's very wrong, incredibly wrong. I mean, just think about this. This is why a lot of fascists hop onto socialist rhetoric all the time, because a lot of
I mean, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. It depends on what you mean by diagnosing the problems, because like a lot of their diagnosis, I feel like a lot of their diagnosis has to do with degeneracy, has to do with this idea of an imagined time when things were better, and let's just go back to that.
socialist rhetoric is pretty appealing.
And that, like, yeah, the society has become degenerate, right? And that you know, all whatever symbolizes degeneracy, whether it's gay rights or whether it's women's rights or openness about sexuality or whatever, that's the problem.
They just change what the end goal is, right? And I feel like a lot of people like at the top who are like parading it around, they're
I think we have far more differences than that.
definitely the ones who have more of a sinister motive. But if you
Germans usually don't consider Hitler as charismatic. A big part of history lesson in Germany are focused on and is not about drawing a marketable picture like the History Channel.
you ask like a random fascist or whatever, if you ask like what they really like believe or what they want to have happen, like I think most of them would be like, yeah, I want most, you know, obviously there are some exceptions, especially depending on like what type. I don't know if we're using the term fascist loosely or tightly here, but I don't think most people.
Is this coming from pushback from chat? Do you? I haven't really been. I can't read backwards, so
if you ask them about their political prescriptions and why they believe them, I don't believe you're going to get the answer of them rubbing their hands together and pulling on their curved mustache and saying, I just want there to be bad memes. I just want people to feel pain. Like, I don't think that's the reason why people believe what they do. Typically, they want the world to be good in like some sense, whatever that word good means. But yeah, I think a lot of it is like 100% like smoke and mirrors, right? But yeah, that's just me.
White people for the first time in history are being racialized.
many rich industrialists back in the day saw Hitler as bad optics.
We are all racialized. White people have never had to know that about themselves. It's just been a thing that hangs in the air, right? So as a result, you assume that your experience is a default. You assume that so even if you were the most well-read, the most well-respected, whatever, even when I was watching these videos and stuff before, I was just like, yeah, I can take some of the points of some of these philosophers, but you need to know that some of them were the ones who set the precedent for things like phrenology and eugenics. You know what I mean? We need to know that some of these folks were most likely very racist.
Eduardo Benilla Silva describes white habitus as essentially the habitat from which whiteness is understood, created, and reinforced. It's the social, economic, and ideological living conditions of white people, often greatly segregated along racial lines, and as such, there is a development of cultural and moral norms centered around whiteness, and apart from people of color, who are often, as a byproduct of this centering of whiteness, relegated to a lower status and other. So even with the best intentions, the behavior and viewpoints born out of this space is still going to be rooted in racist frameworks unless the concept of whiteness is addressed. Essentially, if you read Marx and Trotsky and Gramsci and what you want to do and whomever else, but not Du Bois, Fanon, Hooks, Crenshaw, etc.
This is huge. This is huge. Yeah.
You might be a leftist.
In fact, in some ways, this is answering the point that Shark brought up about Nazbols. By the way, there's disagreement academically about Marx and anti-Semitism. He himself was Jewish and was trying to attack the rich and integrate Judaism into socialism, but he was messy about it.
White supremacists. And thus, this colors the nature of leftist content and inadvertently makes things dangerous for the marginalized voices that get caught in the wake of this.
Right, and we do want to hammer home the idea that having a like somebody can come up with a good framework and still have like bad ideas, right? That we don't just like throw away, you know, right? Unless it's like baked into the cake of the ideology. You know, we just throw the ideology away because the person was sort of immersed in a culture that, you know, was just ubiquitous with anti-Semitism.
highly toxic, highly negative energy. I don't want to go into the depths of the recent and not so recent drama that has been seen in this debate bro space, where black and sometimes even queer creators have had extremely negative interactions with some of these debate bros and their fandoms, but it's not good, and it's bigger than the stories you know about. These individuals are often goaded into appearing on these guys' streams in the first place, usually not understanding the sycophantic nature of these spaces. I personally have had more than a few people request that I appear on some of these streams, to which I always let you know that has never happened. These creators are treated to hostility at best and outright harassment and disrespect at worst. And the fans of the debate bros cheer this on, often taking it upon themselves to go on harassment campaigns long after these.
I mean, like, this is my story, chat. This is literally my story, right? This is literally where all the fucking anti-NCC hate stems from.
Appearances occur. And this is because this is the same fan base that 5 or 6 years ago was watching Augie anti-SJW alt-right content. And so the same tactics and energy.
Yeah, so Augie means angry white guy yelling. FD talked about this earlier in the video. That's his term for, you know, angry white guy yelling.
Used during Gamergate, used during the attacks on Anita Sarkeesian.
What is wrong with YouTube? I don't know. Marx was born in the early 1800s. It's not exactly shocking that he had some bad ideas.
And used during the rise of Trump are reproduced here, just on a more insular scale. The debate bros represent a much more obvious problem in terms of this leftist content space, but they are indicative of—
Well, here's one thing. A lot of video essayists don't engage with people in any real, like, fundamental way. They just don't engage with people. Typically they're talking about like broad topics like this one, or ideas, and never like the people themselves who make these ideas. So with that being said, I would imagine that the environment's a little different, because there's no real faces or names connected to a lot of the things that we're talking about. Well, a lot of video essayists talk about, right? And so
yeah, AWGY is, I think that it's a FD, you know, created that. Like, I think that's a FD signifier term, but it's pretty useful.
Sure, like, it's a little bit different.
We've definitely had our own experiences with angry white guys yelling.
But I'm not going to believe
that's like a whole genre
that, like, video,
or almost like meta genre, because you got Augie's on the right and Augie's on the left.
essayist communities are honestly really that much different than a lot of like debate bro communities. I really don't think they're that much different. I do.
Oh no, I can speak from experience. They are different. They do have some of the same problems though, right? They're not entirely different, but yeah, they're different. I
think they are different.
They're very different.
But I really don't think they're that much different, especially since, I mean, all of the big
they're pretty different.
All of the big debate bros like watch ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube and H-Bomb and even this guy when they like post videos, and they hold them in like some pretty high regard.
Even this guy?
I really don't think that the fan base is so incredibly different that nothing that he's saying, or like near nothing that he's saying right now, applies to Red Shade, or even him and his community as well. Yeah, you write theory. Yeah, you watch the skies, I'll watch the streets. People,
particularly BIPOC, are always saying that older writers shouldn't be so focused on, because so much has changed, has been developed. Yeah, I mean, like, you at least have to incorporate, you know, like somebody like Crenshaw is instrumental into anything that I would consider leftism, right? It's just, you just don't really like that, and she doesn't get the credit. Like, her ideas get used a lot, but yeah, somebody even pointed this out to me, that, like, you know, I talk about intersectionality a lot more than I do about Kimberly Crenshaw.
That's the relationship.
Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe we need to have a deep dive, chat. What do you think?
Listen, I personally, okay, I just don't care.
He's just making excuses for the problems with debate bros instead of addressing the actual problems with debate bros. He's, I mean, you're right. Yeah, he is simping, but understand that that's the game. That's the only way you get, you know, that's the only way you play this game, right? It's I don't blame the individual creators, as especially the ones with less power, you know, as much as I do the people at the center of the clout network, and the system itself. Like, a lot of these things are kind of due to perverse incentives, some of them, you know, from capitalism, some of them due to the nature of the debate bro genre, right? And like I say, you know, with the jellyfish all around me, it's not the individual, it's not the Sharkio, it's the waters that, you know, he's swimming in, right?
I don't care much about. Here's me, okay? And I may just be racist. But when it comes to a lot of what video essayists say specifically on this community, I don't care much for. And it's not because they're stupid. It's because they're not in the space like at all. And a lot of the thing, and typically when they hear from the space, they hear once again like the really bad things, because otherwise no one's really going to talk about it that much. No one's going to be like, oh my gosh, it was such a sick video. Oh my gosh, this was like.
Well, listen, I mean, like, you can go back and see me, you know, I mean, maybe not as hard, but like I am not trying to come at this from a high horse and act like I've never played this game too. I did, and it was to the detriment of me and my community.
Incredible way to really think about this. That doesn't really happen. And it doesn't really happen that much with like video essays.
I thought it was a path to make the you know, to improve the rhetoric in the sphere. I thought that, you know, I thought the genre could be reformed from within. I seriously did. I bought into this, and I maybe a lot of these people, you know, who get into this, like, they think the same thing. Oh, I just got to get my own community, and like, for now, you know, I'm gonna carry water for these people. But when I get my own, you know, community and I can stand on my own, then, you know, that's when I'm going to make that change. That's when I'm going to make those challenges. That's when I'm going to mask off and say, haha, I'm actually an intersectional leftist, you know. You never saw it coming, right? And sadly, by the time you get there, what's under the mask is an impression of the mask, just that, like that Twilight Zone. Your face changes the longer you wear that mask. Your face conforms to that mask. So you go mask off, and there's no difference between your face and the mask. You know, it swallows you. It swallows you whole. It turns you against your friends. It erases your solidarity. And I don't exactly blame individual actors for this, because I experienced it myself, and I felt those pressures. I felt those perverse incentives. They warped me. They poisoned everything I tried to do. And it's sad to see good people go into the space and get changed like that, especially if their intention is to change the space that they're entering. This happens. This is a real phenomenon. I can guarantee, I have experience. This is my lived experience that I'm sharing with you here. What I'm describing is called bad faith, joining a movement you disagree with. Well, I guess I was bad faith then. You know, I guess that was bad faith. What are you going to do with me, though? How are you going to punish me?
Either. But yeah, I don't know. A little strange, a little goofy for me personally. Go watch it take some Bo Brenham. It makes this make more sense. I
mean, I'm sorry I was willing to do almost anything and everything for marginalized people. I'm sorry I was willing to go to the mat for trans people. I guess I fucked up. I guess that was really bad faith of me.
Okay. For Black content creators as a whole. This is why
I'm sorry that for me, this isn't just a game. This is an existential struggle.
Bristle at the way so many white leftists I encounter are so eager to try to separate themselves from white liberals. Because from my perspective as a person of color on the outside looking in, you don't look that different. So much of this white leftist movement is just as populist a movement as any reactionary political movement that we've seen in recent time. Thankfully, some creators like Bad Mouse and John Duncan have done videos about these issues. Bad Mouse
not Bad Mouse.
Essay by former Black Panther Lorenzo Kumboa Irvin called The Progressive Plantation.
Not Bad Mouse.
Really
No. No. Well, I mean, like, as a black person looking out on the outside looking in, sure, it feels that way. Personally, as one of the only black people in this space, okay, I'll use my authority here. As one of the only black people in this space, on the inside looking in, I don't have the same conclusions about this space. There are a lot of problems in this space, 100%. But I really highly doubt that if I was able to talk to these video essayists, and if they don't like fucking vanish into the night every time you would like to have like a conversation with them or something.
See, there's having a conversation with them, and then there's forcibly walking them down like a logic tree, ignoring the inconsistencies of the stops along the way in that logic tree, and then trying to cancel them for not going along with your half-cocked argument. And I'm not accusing you of this, but because I don't know if you do this, right? I haven't really watched enough of your content to know if this is something that you engage in or not. But I will say that I've seen a lot of debate bros do this is kind of you know, par for the course for debate bros.
And never want to talk to anybody and just live.
I was already punished. Okay, so wait. So I'm okay. I'm okay now.
And like live in the ether.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't punished for being disingenuous, right? Or bad faith. Well, that's cool. That's cool, Bob Pope. Yeah, you're if it's not a game, then join the people you agree with. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, have I done that? I'm sorry. Just so you know, like I might have sounded like I was, you know, emotional earlier. That wasn't anger directed at you, and I don't actually feel anger towards you. I legitimately want to know. I'm legitimately curious. There's a big difference between possibly misguided and bad faith. I admire your openness about this and what you're doing now. Yeah, being misguided and bad faith aren't the same thing.
Like a lot of them do. If I could speak to them the same way I could speak to a lot of streamers, I don't think, no, it'd be like that much different. I don't think that these are like so incredibly different people that we can draw like such a massive.
But the thing is, if the video essayist you're talking about is critical at all of one of the people that you are clouded up with, then you're not a safe person for them to deal with, right? And even if you don't do this, like they've got experience with like having debate bros try to cancel them disingenuously, because it turns out that their arguments aren't as good as they thought they were, and they can't take the L even from a video essayist, or especially from a video essayist, right? This is this is the problem, is that, like, you know, the way that you talk to other streamers, and you don't mean other streamers, you mean streamers inside your clout network. You mean streamers who abide by the agreement never to attack anyone who's part of the club, but always to attack the people who are outside of the club, especially if they are a danger, you know, to the bigger creators, right?
Line between these two things. I just don't think so, especially since like there's so much crossover between people who watch videos like this and people who watch streams like mine. Yeah, that Bad Mouse video was ass. Sorry.
On their head. There's
It was fire.
something very wrong here. These white middle class so-called radicals.
You think I'm fine now? Although and just so everybody knows, like, you know, agreeing with me on the Dylan thing, that's not a requirement for being part of my community. I did ban a lot of people during that conflict, but I tried not to ban anybody for disagreement. What they'd get banned for is if they just, like, you know, came in and started lying about me, and I had a lot of that. You know, I had a lot of that.
Who have never suffered, been oppressed, or been forced to risk life and limb.
But I mean, I value people with, you know, different perceptions than me. Like one of my best friends is Diet Sockdim. We are ideologically, you know, miles apart. And Diet Sockdim absolutely was, like, on, you know, Dylan's side for that conflict. And you know, Diet Sockdim's got, you know, criticisms for me, and yet, like, when it came to people lying about me, when it came to the witch hunt that went on this past fall, where all of Twitch politics was coming for my blood, Diet Sockdim looked at what was going on, looked at the facts, and said, you can't do this. This is unfair. Diet Sockdim stood up against all of Twitch politics and said what you're doing is wrong. And, you know, if you just go by, like, you know, there was nothing in it for DSD. There was nothing. DSD got nothing out of that. DSD, you know, put himself at risk for somebody he doesn't even agree with on a lot of things, right? And I mean, like, that's something that impresses the fuck out of me.
Need to learn to listen to those who have. They need to recognize that they do not have all the answers, and it is only because of their white skin privilege that they can even articulate the political dimensions of these social problems. They have analysis with paralysis. Further, the apparent strategies of these groups is to chase after neo-Nazis.
I mean, and there's a limit to that. Like, I mean, I don't think that, like, you know, if the only one to stand up for me was a right-winger, and they were doing it because they hated the guts of the people, of the lefties coming after me, like, you know, that I think I'd be a little bit different, right? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna, like, you know, support somebody who's, you know, doing that level of harm to people, just because they you know, want to use me to get back at their enemies, right? So there's definitely a limit to this, right? There's definitely a limit to this, but like, I do value you know, different ideas. I do, and especially, you know, good faith critique.
Klux Klan, the Church of the Creator, and others to upstage them and disrupt their racist events. Although I fully understand that we must confront fascist paramilitary.
And I also want to say that, like, I mean, I know that I was fucking radioactive during that time. I know that, like, there was a lot of people that, you know, that attacked me or facilitated attacks against me that I just went fucking ham on. And I want you all to know that at my core, that's not who I am. And I recognize that even, you know, in the face of an overwhelming dog pile, like, that's not who I want to be. And that resorting to tactics, resorting to, you know, lashing out, you know, just isn't very useful for anybody. There are all manner of different lines and possibilities for solidarity. We don't need to be in total agreement, just push forward and ensuring marginalized are represented. Yeah, and like DSD, like I said, miles away in terms of ideology, but when it comes to trans women in sports, DSD's supportive. And that's something that, like, you know, I don't see from a lot of, like, lefties. Like, I mean, I see lefties that fall down on that very issue in terms of their solidarity.
Military movements. This alone is a flawed strategy, however, and no more eliminates racism than dancing.
Sorry, leftists.
But it makes white people feel like they're accomplishing something, and it certainly helps with recruitment. But as a person of color, I do not feel this movement in any way ensures my safety from violence by white ring paramilitaries or the police. At the end of the day, for a lot of white leftists, this isn't about politics, it's about identity, it's about belonging. It's about not being like those guys.
Yeah, and I also, like, God, just let me say one more thing. I know that that I came across as toxic during that time. And I know that some people that were reacting against me were just reacting to that toxicity. And I want to validate that. I want to say I understand. Some of it was tone policing, but some of it was good faith. I almost wanted to say ingenuous, but ingenuous. How is disingenuous is a word, but ingenuous is not? Like, is ingenuous a word? Like, that breaks my concept of English, you know, how English works. How is disingenuous a word, but we never say something's ingenuous? I don't know. It sounds weird even when I say it. I don't think it's a thing. We don't need to be in total agreement. Just don't dare say Black people can be racist. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, and like I think it depends on your definition of racism. Some people want to use racism as a synonym for systemic racism. And in that sense, like, you know, accepting for, you know, going back in time and colonizing the Europe, right? You know, that can't happen, right? But then some people want to use racism as a synonym for prejudice. And in that case, you know, that's true. I do think that a lot of, sometimes these discrepancies come down to like a lack of common definition.
Which I get.
Sincere, okay. Well, yeah, that works.
For Black creators, when this is the community.
But can why is ingenuous not a word? Can anybody explain that to me?
That we need to rely on providing.
Or did it used to be a word and it just isn't used anymore or something? Is it one of those things?
On this platform, it's like we can't even effectively participate in discussions that are explicitly about our own survival. But here's the thing, to throw folks a bone, it's not as bad as to be hopeless. I mean, I got this plaque. Where's my plaque?
Ingenuous is a word, meaning innocent and unsuspecting. Oh, so it has a different connotation to it that isn't exactly an antonym. I see.
I got this plaque at the end of the day, right? So, you know, everything's okay.
I
could see why you wouldn't want to use that. That sincere fits a lot better for what I'm trying to say there than ingenuous, even if it was a common word.
I don't like this. Like, for me, I don't know, man. For our own survival, you'd be soy facing if a white person said that. It's almost like two groups of people are in two different socioeconomic situations. That shit's wild. I know this may be a very new take to some people in chat, that different human beings can be in different socioeconomic conditions, but to let you know, it's true. Bad Mouse fell off hard. That's true. Bad Mouse did fall off hard. I want to make sure that I got that. Pretty strict idea of the political streamer. Yeah, he has a pretty strict idea of the political streamer. I mean, that's fine. He is a video essayist, but you know, it do be like that sometimes, and that's unfortunate.
Let's go back to that Bo Burnham video, which again saw an increase in viewership or an increase in viewership click rate when I took my black face off the thumbnail. While the click rate on this video went up when I took my black face off, The thing is, the engagement stayed pretty much the same. When they actually saw a black face come on the screen to start talking and heard what I had to say, people did not click away. This is why it's implicit bias. I mean, I'm trying to throw y'all a bone, like, feel me here. What this means is that when actively presented with the conscious opportunity to...
I mean, I do also, yeah, I agree with you, Sabrina. I do also want to acknowledge that, like, language is by its very nature a living thing. It's a dynamic thing. It's in the process of becoming. It is not a being. It is not a static state. So in that becoming, definitions change, and they might change differently for different people. And there is a danger in talking past each other if you have two different definitions. That's why in the, was it the Hans and Zanderhal debate, I really wanted to like kind of pin down what their definitions of the words that they were using actually were.
Act upon racist bias, a lot of white consumers didn't. But that gets us back to the issue I brought up in Bo Burnham. For so many white people, whether they be left-leaning, right-leaning, or ostensibly progressive, those innate biases are...
Well, wait, I mean, I don't think that... Does anybody really insinuate that POC can't be bigoted at all? So here's where, okay, here's where I could see that, okay? So, like I talked about this the other day, like, the angry marginalized person, right? This is somebody that has been fucked with all of their life, and they blame not the people that fucked with them, but the group that those people come from. The privileged class that benefits from their disempowerment, right? And while I guess that's understandable, it is still like bigotry. If you go through life thinking that, like, every white person is the exact same amount of racist, I mean, you're probably wrong. White people have varying degrees of racism, varying percentages of overt and implicit bias, right? And I think that's a reductivist take. But do I necessarily blame the person having that take? Maybe not. Because what informs that take, I think, is a hard life. And yeah, it's a line that we walk between maybe... it's like a thin line that we walk between like almost infantilizing the person and tone policing the person. And like I said yesterday, if you're privileged in the way that that person is marginalized, you don't necessarily, you probably don't have to deal with that person. It's easier for you to get away from that person than it is for that person to get away from you, because there's a ton of you out there. And even if they're wrong, and even if they're a little bit biased, even if they're misreading your intentions, misreading your, projecting other people that have hurt them onto you, it's something that you're usually not stuck. You're generally not stuck with, in the same way that marginalized people are stuck in a society that sees them as lesser. Does that make sense?
Deeply rooted, and addressing them effectively often means interrogating
she plays Stardew Valley
that many white people aren't willing or
like a real woman,
because it means decentering their perspective, or even ceding their perspective and power to people of color in order to reframe it. But so many white people fear engaging with that effort because white supremacy has conditioned white people to only see racism as a moral issue, which makes it very easy to avoid culpability in participating in a racist system. There's only one in that.
I mean, like I said, it depends on if you mean, like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's somewhat of a consensus. I don't know. God, I can't say that. This is language. Yeah, I do think that we're dealing with the intricacies and the dynamic nature of language here.
A social fear that is unique to white people in this country. and that's being called or seen as a racist.
Oh,
it's the
okay.
only
Thanks for letting me
accusation
know.
that if it sticks, has real consequences for white people uniquely, and at the same time is not in any way under their control. That's why you hear white people say stuff like, stop playing the race card.
Bang! That's the first time I've ever beaten the Lich. I'm pogging to the moon right now, honestly. You can.
Oh, I wasn't even watching the game.
I'm on a giga high. This is not a good freeze frame. Here, wait 1 second. Did we just witness the first ever time someone beat this game? Yeah, we finally, you know, now I'm finally in the ranks of people like Vosh, you know, who was the first person to ever beat Bloodborne. I was the first person to ever beat Enter the Gungeon. Pretty crazy stuff, if you ask me. Oh, I'm sorry.
They said it was unbeatable, chat. They said it was unbeatable. They said that no one would ever do it.
Talking about the race card. I'm sorry, bro.
Wasn't there like a level of Five Nights at Freddy's in the first one that they said was impossible? Like, if I remember correctly, because I used to watch Markiplier back in the day, and Five Nights at Freddy's had like, okay, what was it? It's like 5 nights. So you do the 5 nights, then you're like, yay, I won. And they're like, actually, there's a 6th night, and you do the 6th night, and you're like, okay, I really won. And they're like, actually, we're gonna let you set all these mechanics to be, you know, like there's, you know, all the animatronics, you can set them to like high level AI or low level AI. But you know, the one thing that you can't do is beat all these AIs at level 20. And then Markiplier's like, really? You can't beat all these? Oh, you don't say. You know, and he beat him. And then a lot of people beat him. So, like, I think the creator, who turned out to be a bit of a milkshake duck, who turned out to be a bit of a milkshake duck himself, said that it was just impossible to beat. What is going on? Okay, so we've got a DebateBro reacting to FD Signifier's the part of FD Signifier's video Breaking Bread that talks about debate bros and is generally critical, and you know, he's pushing back. He doesn't agree. He hasn't been like insulting or anything like that, you know, so, you know, it's not ugly, but, you know, he doesn't agree. And I think what happens is that FD actually ends up coming on his stream and talking a bit. So we're looking, that's coming up, right? I think we're getting to the end of the video here, and so I'm guessing what's next is going to be the discussion. What's up, Emily? Good to see you. What is a milkshake duck? I will tell you. Okay, so a milkshake duck is like a very, very online term. Like to say that, okay, I think where this comes from. Wait, was there ever a real milkshake duck? Was there ever an original milkshake duck? The idea is like, okay, let's say that you're online and you're looking around and you're surfing Twitter, like somebody posts a milkshake duck and you're like, oh, milkshake duck, I love it. Oh. And then later on, you find out, wait, actually, the milkshake duck is racist. And you're like, milkshake duck? Boo, right? So the milkshake duck is something that's wacky and new and seems like really cool and really awesome until you find out that, like, it's not what you think. And it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit fucked up, right? So just like me, no, just kidding. I hope I'm not a milkshake duck. It's from a tweet, a fictional character. You do agree with the sentiment. Oh, you know what that is? I'm sorry. Oh, what it has to do with... Wait, I said something was a milkshake duck. What did I say was a milkshake duck? Does anybody... This is streamer brain. I swear to God, I hear so many things. I say so many things. There's so much throughput that often, like, if you catch me like a minute and 30 seconds after I say something, I'll be like, what did I actually say? What did I actually say? Does anybody remember what I compared to what I said was a milkshake duck? Because I don't.
Some people do just whip out the race card and then think that that's like kind of it. Especially black conservatives. I'm sorry, I'm keeping up with the race card shit. Every single minority conservative, once cornered on their ideas, just go, I'm black, I'm brown, I'm Hispanic, like, shut up. They're abusing language. That's what they do. Typically we say this in regards to fascists, but a lot of these people,
racism is a social
they just
hierarchy.
play with language. It doesn't matter to them. It never did. They're trying to abuse your sensibility.
Was a Duckman thing.
That's why the whole so much for the tolerant left thing came about.
Oh, no, not in FD Signifier. I've probably learned more about video essays from FD Signifier than I have from any other lefty YouTube creator.
Oh, because they dreamt up our sensibilities.
Does anybody remember what I called a milkshake duck? I don't remember.
So yeah, I'm keeping my...
I said something ended up being a bit of a milkshake duck, but I can't remember what it was.
I fuck you for using the race card shit. It is. It's lame, and it's not a real argument either. In any way, shape, or form, it's not a real argument.
As I speak directly to you, not just the debate bros, but the team of programmers at YouTube, the consumers of YouTube content on the left and beyond, and many other creators on YouTube, especially BreadTube, who may uncritically participate in some form or fashion in this racist system, know that I am not calling any of you racist out loud on this video. But sadly, those aren't the only problems. It's not just that the algorithm doesn't move with a sense of social justice. Like, all the stuff I've been talking about up until this point is real and important, but I haven't even gotten into the other external shit that marginalized groups have to deal with just to get here. For example, this is Kopesh the Yardstick. Randomly, his very small channel popped up in my wife's feed of all things right after the Bo Burnham video.
Was it Elon Musk? No, I was like something that seemed cool at first, right? Well, I guess you could say that Elon seemed cool at first, but like there was, oh my God, maybe if I look back in chat, I'll figure it out. I don't know. We could even do NCCception if we super need to. Everybody's got streamer brain? Everybody's the same as me? Nobody remembers what I called a milkshake duck? I mean, I can't get mad at you for it. I'm the one who said it, right? I can't be like, chat, how could you? I thought you were hanging on my every word. Chat, you're not nearly parasocial enough. I can't find it. Do you want to do NCception to find out what I called a milkshake duck? No, somebody go back. Okay. Can somebody go back on and just go back in the VOD a little bit and find that? Because I think it's just like 7, 8, 10 minutes ago, maybe. Yeah, it was, I thought, yeah. I didn't just say like, I didn't just say milkshake duck. I compared I said something was a milkshake duck.
Video, and it was good. It had this contemplative, subdued, but thoughtful energy about it that made me watch the whole thing, and I commented and subscribed. And since then, he has continued to make videos, and I've watched all of his new stuff he's released since then, and he's good and deserving of more attention. Seriously, check him out. This is Victory. He popped up on my feed as well, and he mentioned me in one of his videos, which made it easy to find him, but not because I search my name all the time on YouTube. Victory's videos are also pretty good. It's more in the classic commentary framework where he picks a topic and speaks to the camera, but Victory is funny and energetic, and can even do a mean praise dance. Once again, you should definitely check him out. He's deserving of more eyeballs. I don't know anything about either of these guys, right? Like their background, their financial situation. I assume both of them are still living with their parents, etc. But one thing I'm pretty confident in is that after this signal boost, Kope's channel is more likely to succeed than Victory, and it's not.
I don't know. Here's one thing. Speaking specifically on race, I don't know. Like maybe it's just the fact that like a lot of video essayists aren't in any like real community. They don't really like reach out to people too often. They don't talk to people like too often. They do, obviously. I mean, FD brought people in
social hierarchy. Every position is negotiable, but the apex.
To talk about his videos specifically. That's true. A lot of the people that he had talk were pretty huge fucking figures. But like with that being said, man, here's my thing, okay?
And somebody said earlier that like was it Shark? Okay, it was Shark that. Oh my God, I don't remember. Fuck me. I really don't remember what that was. If somebody goes back and wants to, like, you'll have to go back in time. It's like we're sending, like, you are our Hyonen Hyoma, and we need you to get in your time machine and go back in time to figure out what it was that Mayushi-chan said like 7 minutes earlier. Or am I Christine? Chat, which one? Am I more of a Mayushi archetype, or am I a Christine archetype? I feel like a lot of lefty video people chat with each other all the time. Is this about what Shark said? Oh my God, I'm so confused, chat. I'm so confused.
I've never been boosted by anybody who does video essay content. Not one. Not a single person who does anywhere even near video essay content, except very recently, which was Noah Samson. He was the first person that I can remember whose main content is like video essay, sort of like responding, react, sort of like pre-recorded video type content person that I ever remember boosting me. The only one. But here in this space, there are like countless people who've like boosted me for like who I am and what I do. I remember specifically a long time ago.
And what you can do for them.
Where I was on, the Surfs played a video of mine on his stream on like the opening opening of his
Okay, the surfs are Lance and Dave, so on their stream, but I know what you mean, yeah.
stream. That was the first.
Don't forget Dave! Everybody forgets Dave. Dave is cool as fuck. I don't know, is Dave cool as fuck? I haven't kept up with the surfs. I didn't like the Lauren Southern thing, but, you know...
person to ever, like, shout me out as far as I
never saw anything that Dave did that was... Dave did nothing wrong!
remember. Give me a true shout out for, like, who I am and, like, what I do. On top of that, then, like, Zan shouted me out. Vosh shouted me out too and had me on the stream, and I've been on the stream multiple times since then. Yeah, Lance is great. Even when I was much smaller, I think like I was hovering around like 10 or 12,000 subs, and the Humanist Report reached out to talk to me. The Humanist Report reached out to have me on the opening of his premiere series because he wanted me to be a part of it. And even then, he reached out to me again to be a part of another project.
Like, is this dude really this amazed that there are different clout networks? And I'll acknowledge that there's probably, you know, there's a clout network, you know, dynamics with video essayists too. I'm under no illusions that video essayists are perfect people and that all the problems on the DebateBro side of things don't exist over there. Like, I'm under no illusion about that, right? Brought up and Five Nights at Freddy's, the creator. What was his name? The creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, much like the creator of Minecraft before Hatsune Miku took it over. Yeah, and we should just say that Hatsune Miku created Five Nights. Can we just say Hatsune Miku created Five Nights at Freddy's too? I think we can say that at this point. Yeah, you did win. Oh my god, I feel like you should get something for winning. You did a good thing. What can I give you, Zaktar?
He's going to be a part of. I don't think I can talk about it just yet, but another project that he's doing, I'm going to be with him on that as well. And I've gotten a lot of support in this community from its big figures and its content creators. I cannot say the same about anyone near the commentary video essay community all the way up until like a week and a half ago by Noah Sampson. And that's it. That's it. That's all I can remember specifically. And that's not saying that this place doesn't have.
And now Noah Sampson's like, anyway, I don't actually know. Oh yeah, he's a total milkshake duck. That game was cool as fuck, but mainly because of Markiplier. When people white paper the Midwestern accent, be like, it makes me laugh. This American-centric view of racism seems pretty useless in other parts of the world. White ass paper, sorry. The purpose of racism is to establish and reinforce the hierarchy. And we talked about yesterday how you know, the aggregate of hierarchies is something that we refer to as the chirarchy, right? And don't make this too literal. Don't have anybody think that I think that there's like a secret room and the actual chirarchy is meeting there. They're like, are all the members of the chirarchy present? Okay, then this meeting shall come to order. How shall we continue to consolidate and to wield power over all the people below? You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not like that. It's a concept. It's a system. It's not, you know, individual actors, although individual actors do benefit from this, although individual actors do reinforce it. Maybe usually probably not consciously when you come to something as meta as the chirarchy. This is very much a concept, so please understand that. But like, I hope I've made it impossible to clip me and say she thinks that the chirarchy is like a meeting in a smoke-filled room and they're deciding our fates. No, I don't think that. But it is a useful concept, because that is what all the other forms of all the other hierarchies are kind of, they look at them as like as support poles on the, you know, on the building of on the, you know, like holding up the hierarchy, right?
Problems. Oh boy, do it have problems, especially regarding like race and sexuality. It do be having problems 100%. And it's incredibly white too, which can, you know, not saying that not there's anything wrong with being white. I'm just saying that, you know, there's a lack of history and experiences that comes along with that, with any space that's majority, you know, one certain race or ethnicity, right? Do you think it's harder for video essayists to shout out people because of their format? Sure, but at the same time, they can look up people. I mean, FD just shouted out someone with fucking 100 subs and another person with 70 subs. They find people. They can. A lot of the like bigger content.
Wait, are you saying racism has no purpose as an inane take? Or are you saying, like, you know, you're making that statement and you're saying, like, I had an inane take? I'm not sure.
creators who found me through like either the community or them just like clicking around for other videos, right, that they watch in their spare time, and they're just known for shouting other people out. Video essayists.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of used to do that too, like shouting people out reflexively. I got burned by that. Like, right, if you're a content creator, even if you're not huge, maybe use that a little bit sparingly, right?
They're not known for shouting other people out. They're like their own person in their own world, doing their own thing at almost all points in time, and the people.
Is that right? Is there any truth to this? I mean, I guess I haven't really like noticed, right? But like, it doesn't sound true. That doesn't mean it's, you know, there's not some truth to it. But like, so the video essays tend to be, you know what? And also just remember that like reticence to give a shout out might be erring on the side of caution.
Just, you know, that's like kind of it. They pop up, they do their video and then disappear, and that's, you know, that's another thing. Sure, I'm someone without any experience in this community, and someone who's not in this community, and someone who's never been.
This is like this. I feel like what I'm getting is that like Vosh is a nicer, more generous guy than Big Joel, Contra, you know, Lindsay Ellis, H-Bomb, Thought Slime, right? They're greedy. They are uncaring, they are unempathetic, they're super meanie butts, right? But the debate bros are like super nice. Just be careful when you make a statement like that it's not a statement that's only true, that's, you know, that you're, don't universalize a statement that's true from your perspective to other people, right? Because, like, you know, maybe in the video essay world, they feel the same way about, you know, streamers, right? I don't know. Just a thought.
Been a part of this community, and someone who never wants to be a part of this community, all right, outside looking in, sure, it can seem cringe, and I'm not saying that there aren't cringe aspects of this. There absolutely are. But I have to tell you, from someone who's watched a decent amount of commentary videos, they are not lacking in shitty ideas. I will tell you that much. So for someone that's black in this space who's been here for 2 years,
oh, that's right, the eyeball zone, yeah, they thought Slime's but I mean, I guess, oh my god, I don't want to misinterpret this. Like I said, I don't know this creator's content. I don't know that much of, you know, his recent history, you know. So it does sound a little bit entitled. But take that with a grain of salt, you know, because I might not know what I'm talking about, okay? And also take it with a grain of salt, because I'm somebody that has problems maintaining boundaries. If somebody expects something from me, like a shout out, I'm more likely than most people to want to give it to them. Like, I'm more likely to think, oh, well, I should give them a shout out, right? If they want it clearly, like I missed some social cue and I should be giving them a shout out and I'm not, right? So I'm a little, my priority is to push back on that tendency on myself, right? My priority is to make sure that I am actually, you know, thinking of myself and my own interests rather than just, you know, letting, like, you know, my kind of, you know, empathic nature completely take the reins, because that's been dangerous for me in the past. That's subjected me to a lot of harm.
Streaming, building my career, building my content, building my community. I have to say, like, the prescriptions that I see from a lot of video essayists who couldn't give a shit less about this community in particular, or whether it lives or dies or how it survives, I gotta say, their prescriptions of what this place really is doesn't pass the sniff test for me personally. Isn't the debate space more supportive because you participate in their events though? I was shouting about all those people before I was ever really on any panels. When was the first time I was on like Hippy Dippy? Like the first time it took a while for me to be on Hippy Dippy in the first place. I think I talked to Vosh the first time once before I ever was on even like the real Hippy Dippy. I was on recruitment a while ago, but that's for fucking no names and people just starting.
I'm no fan of Mr. Geek, but that was kind of rude. That was kind of elitist. I hope I'm not misinterpreting, but damn. Like, and no, I'm not on the hippy dippy recruitment, like, right? Mr. Geek kicks my guts, right? So, you know, that's,
right? But I wasn't in any of these real events, and a lot of the people who shout me out aren't people who officiate these events. Content or anything doesn't like hinge on any of these events typically.
I always looked at, oh yeah, you enjoyed it as a you know, passive entertainment rather than needing to play the game. Yeah, you know, I did too. I've never played the game, but I feel like I enjoy it.
What about that all black panel? Yeah, like Prime's had me on for like
I feel like the entire concept of debates is a lot less collaborative, though, because they're supposed to be a winner versus a conversation where you come. Oh, I agree. Oh my God, Emily with a G. I hardcore agree with you. This is why the hierarchy is just white good, brown bad. It's just a paper thin veneer over a Eurocentric hegemony. I'm not totally anti-debate, but it's definitely not my thing. Yeah, I feel like debates are best when they arise out of conversations in which a real disagreement is reached, right? And then they are they end when the discussion ends, and they don't continue forth to trying to cancel somebody because you ate a bit of an L in the debate. You know, because you really shouldn't think about that. If somebody made a point that, you know, makes more sense than your point, and like, I mean, that either you gotta you know, do more research and find out why it's wrong, or you gotta kind of like accept that and say, I learned something, and this isn't an L, this is a W, because I got more knowledge than I did before. And hopefully the other person, like, things are not black and white. Like, not like most, you know, discussions, debates aren't going to end with like, okay, so everything this person was saying was fucking based and right, and then everything this person was saying was wrong and bad. And like, you know, most debates aren't like, you know, that the L's and the, okay, how about L's and W's are social constructions when we're talking about debates, right? You know, because it's actually more complicated than that. Not to say that there is, you know, not to say that you can't, you know, that the points can't kind of, you know, you can't kind of lose or win points, but people will try to win sometimes, and if they're called out, sometimes they get defensive. They just want to win. Yeah. I think the debate thing would be fine as a sport, or if they didn't discuss such materially important things. Yeah, that is what sucks for marginalized people, is when our lives get used as debate topics by people that seem to care more about the W and the L than they do, or the, you know, WL dichotomy, than they do about, you know, the actual issues of the actual lives of the people that are being discussed. You know, it makes you feel a little bit used. It feels a little bit gross, right? And it makes you feel like you need to stand up for your community, especially if no one else will. But people want to watch debate if they care about, people care about material conditions. It's going to happen. But Haas, yeah.
Black panels, sure. But that's like, I don't think those count necessarily, because they're specifically just looking for black people in that sense. So it's kind of like not necessarily fair, because they like by their very nature weeding out every other type of person. I'm not even there necessarily because they like my content. It's just kind of because I'm black. I don't really like that personally. Hippie Dippy was the main way I found you. Yeah, I mean, that happens with a lot of people. This space can bring a lot of exposure. But I don't know, just for me personally, with the way that like it's made me care less and less every time I hear a video essayist talk about like the DebateBro space or whatever. Was it the Surfs or Zan who shouted me out first? I think it was the Surfs. It was the Surfs who shouted me out first because I was playing on the his intro stream. And that's not saying that like FD, and once again, all of my criticisms here are just criticisms of his idea. Like once again, he's just not in the space. For me personally, I just do not agree, and I've started to care a lot less about what a lot of people outside the space have to say about it, especially since I've been here. You talking the Lectual would be cool? Yeah, maybe I'll reach out to Lectual sometime. Lectual seems sick. I feel like the respect that we give to a lot of respect that we give to video essayists in this space just is not reciprocated by them.
Chat, if I ever act like that towards smaller content creators, please say something. Like if I ever call people a bunch of nobodies, you know, please don't let me get away with that. I don't want to be that person ever. It feels bad.
And it's fine to like talk about a lot of the issues in the space, because there are definitely 100% issues in the space, and a decent amount of them. But I don't know, just like them just kind of like throwing away the entire like aspect of like what we do and the importance of it and be like, oh, I'm not saying they're cringe, but they're kind of dumb fucks who never have any real ideas, who parrot dog shit, and then who parrot our like great points to a bunch of like baby fascist losers.
Wait, who are we talking about now?
Until they give them enough money to pay their rent, you know? Like, I don't think the respect that we give is very reciprocated, especially since like almost every like debate bro or like political live streamer on the left that I can think of holds almost every single video essayist in very high regards. Yeah, they're presented less eloquently. With that being said, that's real life. That's real life, baby. You're not going to talk to someone.
The problem is that debate bros are obsessed with wins and losses. Oh, not that they're obsessed with wins and losses. The problem is what we culturally view as wins and losses, and these extend outside of the debates. Yeah, like I said, I don't blame individual actors for these problems in you know, the communities. I tend to blame the, like I said, the water that they swim in, right?
Video essay form,
the environment that they exist in, right? The incentives of that environment, the people that are, you know, that are at the top of those hierarchies, right? It's generally not and I said people, not person, right? You know, because it's multiple people contributing to that environment. I generally, like, you know, blaming individuals is, you know, maybe sometimes appropriate, but generally lower priority than looking at the systemic issues.
Matt, okay? If you're going to take any idea from a video essay, and here's one really big thing, okay? Here, I'm pausing this. I didn't say this earlier, but I want to say this here. When it comes to a lot of video essayists, I gotta tell you, I don't get many prescriptions, okay? I don't get many like solutions to problems. I don't. When I
Do you get that from debate streamers though?
listen to like a lot of like debate bros or whatever, or people who like commentate in this space, I hear them at the very least attempt to make a prescription for like what we do moving into the future, what we do moving forward, or what this means. I don't hear that very often when it comes to video essayists. They just kind of like talk, and then they talk, and then they stop. Which, I mean, cool and everything. It's great to talk about topics, but there's one thing to talk about a topic, and there's another thing to put through any ideas to actually fix it. Like, we can bring up all these issues, but once you're talking to a person and they're like, okay, what do I do? The video essay.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's like, and I'm a streamer, chat, okay? I'm not a video essayist, so at least not yet, right? I got a long way to go before I can claim that, right? It's like I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like we're the ones, we can get away with not giving a prescription. They at least have to make an attempt at it. Maybe it's a half-hearted attempt. Maybe it, you know, is maybe it's the last thing that they do because it's in the end of their video, and like, so there's not as much time spent kind of thinking about it. Like, you know, you could say all these things, but like I don't think that we're better. I think if anything we're worse. Lots of debate bros have great conversation. It's not debate all day every day.
Is kind of like moonwalk away from it, okay? They're like, oh, this is bad, that's bad, this is bad.
Yeah, well, it's important not to essentialize people. Good point, Bob Hope. Debate bro is a social construction. Let's like remind everybody of that. You know, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that it is it's an ephemeral concept that we can gesture. You know, that it's at best it's a tool to talk about stuff. You know, you need some handles on things, right? But you don't necessarily have to put those there's not necessarily only one place to put those handles, and sometimes it makes, you know, the place to put the handles, you know, changes over time. That's what we're talking about, the dynamic nature of language, and you know, the tendency of definitions to kind of slide over time. When has a video essayist ever attempted a solution? You mean like fixing the problem itself? Like, you got me there. I've never seen a video essayist like talk about a problem and say, and now I'm gonna go solve it, watch me, you know, like marches down to City Hall and like makes some great impassioned speech, and everyone's like, oh, let's solve this problem tonight. All in favor? Say aye. Yes, we won. We said, yeah, but maybe that's not what you meant. Maybe that's not what you meant. You never seen him give a suggestion. Like, I mean, do you think that they do it more or less than debate streamers? Because I've experienced them doing it more. And like I said, you know, it's not always like a workable solution. It's sometimes just like a first step. In fact, a lot of times it's a first step. And I've seen debate streamers do, you know, the same thing. I try to do that myself, right? but I don't always do it. A call to action. I mean, in the business, call to action means, oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're appreciating appreciating the content that I'm doing here. If any of this speaks to you, and if you want to see this stuff get more traction, if you want to help me out, you can do so by hitting the like, the subscribe button. You might even get a little bit wild and hit the join button. That's pretty out there, though. I don't know about that. That seems kind of risky. But like always, as I always say, take care of yourself first. I don't want anybody giving me money who doesn't have money to take care of themselves. That is your first priority, right? Yeah, all of these things help me out. This video is for some reason already demonetized. Did I say too many curse words? I don't know why it's demonetized, but it seems like a lot of my stuff gets demonetized. It seems like, you know, when you talk about controversial subjects, you don't make any money off of ads, and as a small streamer, you don't really make any money off of ads either. So yeah, like that's why you know, your financial support is greatly appreciated, as long as it is not done at the expense of you and your family. Oh yeah, and I'm not saying this to the people who donate, like, right, this is you know, like, yeah, this is I appreciate you, and it's always you who hears this, but you know, maybe it's somebody else who needs to step up and you know, take their turn, right?
And then they just kind of like moonwalk away. And here's the thing, like, it can be fine in a sense, but it leaves like this massive hole. One place that I talk about this specifically is when it comes to a lot of men's rights issues. The left and the video essayists are dog shit. They're
the left and the video essayists are dog shit on men's rights. Oh, Richard Wolff as an example. Men do need to be liberated. Yeah, and but I mean, look, what do you think? Okay, let's do a test. Let's do a test. And you know, maybe this will reinforce Sharkio's argument here. But men's rights on one level, right? I'll show you what I mean. So what do I get when I type in men's rights? You get the Jubilee video, you get a TED Talk, you get, yeah, some of these are hard to tell. But yeah, really, well, they do have some, yeah, so Joe Rogan, I'm gonna agree with you here, even though you got the red on Shinigami Eyes for some very good reasons, Joe. I'm gonna agree with you here and say that men's rights activists do have some legitimate arguments. Unfortunately, some of them are actually the ones that are good are it tend to be like feminist arguments that are just kind of repackaged, right? And then they'll pretend that feminists don't care about this shit, you know? What do men need freedom from most of all? Is it feminism? Is feminism oppressing men? I mean, some yeah, some feminism, yeah. I mean, I guess they're probably examples of feminists who don't talk about things like, you know, custody rights and things like the way that the patriarchy affects men. You know, yeah, feminism will help free men. I think that most of all, men need freedom from the patriarchy. And I'm not a man, so maybe I can't make that prescription. But listen, men, I did grow up in your world, okay? I did grow up in your world. And, you know, I was taken as one of you, to some extent, like never really afforded the full complement of privileges, but, I really do feel like it was, you know, the patriarchy that that's holding men back more than anything. And this is from a person who, when I was a debate bro, you can find a video of mine with men's rights as the topic, right? Like on the stream topic was men's rights. And we were talking about, like, you know, the patriarchy, but I had to wrap it. You know, I had to almost, I had to bait that hook with men's rights, which I think I brought in a lot of people that thought we were going to talk about MRA stuff. And it was a little bit deceptive. And I always felt bad about that because it's like, I wasn't allowed to say feminism in that space. I had to wrap my feminism in men's rights to get any degree of attention paid to it, right? And, you know, we're talking about, you know, in a lot of cases, feminism that benefits men, benefits and liberates men, right?
Terrible. Trash.
Oh my God. I mean, let's just, okay, so here's the deal though. People do mean different things when they say men's rights. Let's hear what this streamer means by men's rights before we jump into any conclusions.
Okay, when it comes to this issue, absolutely garbage when it comes to this issue. Okay, they'll say like pickup artists.
Oh, I did, Zucchina, and it was a challenge that I accepted and I achieved, and it got me nowhere, right?
Because it was so.
Oh my God! Thank you, Zucchina.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. Yeah. Yeah. No, it wasn't. God. I mean, you gotta understand it. I was on a leash when I was part of this world. I was on a leash. I wasn't free to do the content I wanted. I wasn't free to present the arguments that I wanted. I wasn't free to talk about the things that I wanted. I had to, like, you know, I was subservient in a lot of ways. And in areas where I could have made some progress, I kind of, I don't know. I feel like the effect of this was to, like, you know, just drag our feet on it, right?
And all of these certain guys in red pill communities are all ass and garbage.
Men are being left behind in education. Lots of issues hurt men in America. But yeah, okay, so why are men being left behind in education? Why do you think? Is it because like, listen, if we just go with men's rights and we bring a bunch of people, like, let's say I put out a men's rights net, like okay, I take the word men's rights and I put it on a hook and I get a fishing rod and I go, what am I going to reel in? The people that I reel in are going to, when I ask them what's getting in the way of you making the most of education, they're going to say, like, feminist, you know, professors. They're going to say that one of the areas, education, that women have a foothold in is a place that they should be gatekept out of, right? That's the prescription they're going to give me, right? if you're a real in a Petersonian, then they're gonna tell me that like there's this fundamental hypocrisy between the fact that men are not allowed to sexually harass women at the workplace, and yet you wear blush to simulate your sexual arousal, and yet you paint your lips red. How about no makeup at work, or we get to sexually harass you? Yeah, I'm gonna get some interesting prescriptions for those solutions, right? With men's rights as the bait on my hook, right?
Good. Now,
and like there is an argument for Shark to make against that, like, right? I mean, Shark's not here, but there is an argument for sure. And you know, like it's, I almost think the argument doesn't apply to the debate space though. Women in the debate space are exceptional at talking about men's rights, sometimes at the expense of their own rights, right? I've heard so many leftist streamers address things like prison sexual assault. There's a men's rights, right? There's a men's rights. There's a men's rights right there. There's a right that men are being denied right then, is that when they're imprisoned, them being sexually assaulted is expected, is ignored, is completely turned a blind eye on. And in the left, you know, we do talk about that a lot. We do talk even about things like custody, and that's because why is custody an issue? Is it because of big bad feminism? Was custody never an issue? And now because of feminism is? No, it's because of gender essentialism, something that's tied to the patriarchy, right? Gender essentialism, that women should be the ones to raise children, and therefore the children in a divorce should go to the women by default, right? So yeah, I mean, there's so many examples of this in which you know, while in which maybe leftist you know, women in DebateBro spaces are basically almost forced to emphasize men's rights to a pretty good extent. So it's almost like, yeah, there's an argument to be made, and there's people that need to hear that argument, but in the space that Shark exists, that argument's a little bit less relevant, right? Like, you're around creators like Merrick, Shark. Merrick talks about this shit all the time. Maybe to a fault. Maybe she's a little bit of a simp.
now what? What do we do now? You tell all these people like this, like their ideology or whatever, like the spaces that they're in are like bad and cringe. And even if they're receptive to that message, what do you do after that? What do you do? Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Motherfucker.
Like to talk.
Listen, we turn them into fucking cat boys. That's what we do. What do you think?
Talk to you? Okay, if you would like to. I don't know how this all works as a boomer.
Oh, okay. So FD
okay,
did.
Watch it.
So he's right. He's right. Somebody can show up in your Discord, and you got to talk to them. I guess that is the DebateBro code of honor. Code of honor. You shall not run from a debate. Okay. Hierarchy harms everyone. Intersectional feminism takes the most holistic approach to critiquing and dismantling these frameworks of oppression. I don't know how my dad won in court against my mom, but I'm so blessed that he did. I always say that I have the best father on earth. Intersectional feminism is encompassing of all, like Sektar said. I also think that circumcision, oh yeah, good point. Circumcision is a men's rights issue. That's valid, but that, oh yeah, I can see, yeah, I see the other side of that. I think Shark has a decent stance on feminism and men's rights. I don't think wait, what did he say? Feminism is dog shit. With the left, what was the statement again? The left is dog shit at men's rights, right? Was that the statement that's made? The left should talk more about men's rights. I don't know. It really depends. Like I chat. So I'm committing the fatal, or not fatal, the moral flaw of React Andes, and I'm not letting this gentleman speak and say what his interpretation of men's rights is, what he means when he says he wants the left to be better at it. So let me go ahead and let him finish his thought here, because there is a danger if I pause too many times that you'll never get to hear a coherent thought from him. And I'm not trying to deny him of that, right?
I don't think that's FD. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out, won't we? Hey, it's working. Can you hear me all right? Great, amazing.
I'm far from my mic. Do I sound like I'm on a mic or on?
I don't think he's in an MRA. I got no indication of that, right? But is it possible to that playing to that audience too much could, dilute our takes, could misinform our priorities? Absolutely. And I see it happen all the time on the online left, especially in DebateBro spheres. Yeah, I mean, I think that what he's saying has some merit, but it's just like it's a little weird coming from a DebateBro space, right? Because the acknowledging men's rights in some way is a prerequisite to being a woman in this space, and you're talking about a space which gatekeeps the fuck out of women, right? So miss me with your prioritization of men's rights over the shitty nature of inclusion in DebateBro spaces. Miss me with that garbage.
Device.
It sounds like you're on the mic. You're doing great.
Good night, Emily.
Okay. Some of this stuff. This is literally my third Discord. See, there you go. I'm also wearing the exact same shirt I'm wearing in this scene of the video.
Oh yeah.
It's like, this is real meta. This is gonna be
100% is. Would you be okay if I pulled you up on screen? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Oop. All right. Do you like Metallica, or is that just a shirt?
Oh no, I like Metallica. I'm probably not as big. I'm not a super Metallica fan. I feel like I got people that are younger than me beat, but that may be a boomer take. Like I remember Metallica, if that makes sense, as opposed to liking their music. Mm-hmm. It's.
I mean, Zucchini, if you're saying don't essentialize cis men, yeah, I agree with that, and I've said that for a long time. Yeah, there is a danger of that. I just don't want to place an undue priority on something that's already over prioritized in these spaces because of the lack of representation, right? So this is why, we kind of see that prioritized. I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how you codify that. And I don't know if I hope I didn't talk over him or something and miss what he's trying to say there, because it is important what you mean by that. And I don't think I was a bad person for talking about the way the patriarchy affects men, and for titling a stream Men's Rights to bring in people who I thought needed to hear that message. I just think that having to do so was limiting to me, and it prevented me from advocating for, while I was talking about that, I wasn't advocating for greater inclusion of women in, debate panels, for instance, right? In fact, if I do that, and I did, I got blacklisted from panels. They took it personally. They were fragile in response to that. So don't tell me that I got to be better about men's rights. When I talk about the essentialization of privileged people, not just, men, not just straight cis men, right? But I talk about that all the time. Don't tell me that I'm when I'm getting blacklisted from panels for even bringing up the fact that you got, at most one woman on a political panel and you got a ton of great streamers to choose from. You know what I mean? Don't tell me that my priority should be men's rights, because that's bullshit.
Yes, I am a Metallica fan. I'll say my favorite album is Master of Puppets. and I sparsely, I didn't, the older stuff that's literally from when I was a baby. We don't need to talk about Metallica. But yeah, I like Metallica.
Well, I want to know a little bit more about you. It's very rare that
I
I
just
actually speak.
I just know that I did a bit of simping for, you know, white straight cis men while I was a debate bro. Like that's all I know. And and I had to. That was the only way that why do you think I got to talk to Destiny? That's literally why I got to talk to Destiny. I'm convinced that if I hadn't had that stream title, if the stream title had been, how can men benefit from feminism? I don't think and I'm not saying Destiny's like, you know, right. I'm not saying it's because Destiny's like, you know, some kind of terrible misogynist or anything like that. But like, you know, like the kind of the reason that I was in the place that I was because I was, you know, to some extent, like, you know, to some extent, I was simping for some very privileged people while I was in this space. And that's why I'm not in that space before, because my time needs to be used to advocate for women's inclusion in these spaces, right? And then maybe, you know, then maybe we can start to talk about like, you know, then maybe we can start to talk about how, yeah, even people with privilege are still, you know, oppressed in certain ways, right? It's just an order of priority, right? And it is important. It's not arbitrary, right? It's not just like, okay, I'll go work on that, you work on this, right? It's like what needs help? What do we need to concentrate on? Where do we need to be? Because you know, by talking about one thing, you end up not talking about another thing. So when you're talking about that one thing, you know, because there's a lot of good things we could be talking about, but if we're not talking about the ones that take priority, then we're not really, we're leaving stuff on the table. We're not doing what we could be doing, right? We're not progressing as much as we could. We're having to drag our feet on these issues, and I don't want to end up in that position again. You know, and listen, let me just to say this, okay? To the people out there that, you know, you watch Debate Bros, maybe you feel a little bit called out when I use the word as a pejorative. I actually feel you on that, okay? I actually understand. I mentioned this earlier, I touched on this earlier. I don't think that the soft left, which is usually what opposes the Debate Bros, right? These are the, you know, bookends, right? I don't think the soft left is perfect either. I've been a part of the soft left. I've seen some very disingenuous people. I've seen, you know, I've seen the problems there too. I'm under no illusions that Debate Bros are the only people who are letting marginalized people down, right? It's just that like the soft left does it in a different way. But again, I do think that there's a priority here, and that the issues in the Debate Bro spaces are more grievous than the issues that I find on, and I'm saying this as a lot of the soft left is attacking me. Understand this, right? The Debate Bros, they had their go at me. They got a little bit shy because some of them said some things on stream that didn't turn out to be true, that might have turned out to be verifiably false, and they let go of the bone, right? And then the soft left, the people on the soft left that had a bone to pick with me, they picked that bone up. And so just understand that I'm not trying to turn this into a binary. I'm not trying to see it all one way. I'm not trying to demonize Debate Bros, and I'm not trying to lionize the soft left. I am so well aware of the problems on the soft left, which generally stem from social hierarchy. So in some ways, these are mirror images of each other, right? In some ways, these are mirror images, but they're not exactly mirrors, right? Because if we take something that's like, okay, well, this is over here and this is over here, then we lose the fact of like, yeah, this is over here in this proportion and this is over here in this proportion, right? So we got to keep that in mind. This is all about walking and chewing gum at the same time. There are a lot of moving parts, right? But it's important not to lose track of them. And yeah. New to the term soft left. Okay, no, I don't mean sock dim. When I say soft left, I'm talking about I mean, they've been called like ooh leftists before. You know, sometimes, you know, they tend to talk more about intersectionality. They tend to dislike debate. They tend to dislike debate bros. They you know, they like do you understand kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, the ooh left, right? I mean, that's a nice name for them. I think in the past I've called them the Care Bear left, and that was like something I got from Ask Vera. I feel like some people took that the wrong way and thought that I was like, I don't know, calling them worthless and weak, and that wasn't my intention. Yeah, so you know the kind of thing, yeah, and this is like the essential duality on the left, right? But I am aware of the issues. I am right now being attacked by, you know, some of those people, and yet I still do think that like our priority should be addressing the issues with the debate left, you know, with the dominance paradigm left. I think that one's the one that's the most out of whack. You could see the social, oh, this is interesting actually. So the social hierarchy that I'm talking about on the soft left, right? You could see this as a form of dominance paradigm, right? You could kind of see this in the same way as the problem that with debate bros. It's a social dominance, and you could almost say, you know, that there's a parallel with the essentialization of masculine and feminine, as masculine is about dominance and feminine is about this, or let's see, masculine is about material maybe, and feminine is about, so I don't know, there does seem to be like a parallel with gender, you know, the way that genders are essentialized. So in some ways you could say like the feminine left and the masculine left, although that's misleading. I don't want to use that. But yeah, just understand that that I'm well aware of that issues exist everywhere. I'm sorry, chat. I spent way too much time on this. I'm sorry.
To video essayists, so I'd like to enjoy the moment while I have it.
Oh yeah, so it's a little strange because like one of the things that FD Signifier said in the video was like, I'm not going to go on stream with debate bros. I'm pretty sure, right? Did I miss that? Edgy left and soft left? Yeah, kind of. Femme left and butch left. Interesting. Yeah, they're on and talking to Shark. And I thought that FD Signifier said that, you know, he wasn't gonna, that he thought it was a mistake to go on and talk to debate bros. But it's possible that maybe he doesn't see this streamer as a debate bro, that like I don't know, there could be a lot going on here. I'm curious about it though.
Definitely. Well, I caught that. I thought that was disappointing.
I'm forever stuck between the edgy left and the soft left. I somewhat sympathize. Yeah, I somewhat sympathize.
Open book, and I feel, let me just put out there that I
maybe FD doesn't see Shark as a debate bro, and in some ways maybe he's less toxic than, I don't know. Actually, let me stop speculating, chat. I really don't know enough about like Shark's content as of late to really say.
I scrolling through.
I have friends in both. Me too. Yeah.
When you do the YouTube,
and they hate each other. Yeah. And like, I mean, like, and sometimes like, you know, some of that hate is valid. Like, but then sometimes it is, you know, a difference in definitions, or it's a misunderstanding, or, you know, I mean, there's a, yeah.
You know, I'm sure the analytics are always in the back of your head, and so I'm scrolling through, and then
you did say you name search, so
I saw you pop up. I was like, oh man, I recognize this guy. And so I watched probably the last chunk, which was the chunk that was about debate bros, which I think I'm most overall in terms of the response. And then listening to you, I think I realized where I went wrong on some things.
Because I wish you would have been able to see the rest, because I was very I was praising the video. I thought it was very well. So I don't want to make it come off like I was criticizing the entire video.
You know, I wouldn't have called in if I felt like this wasn't going to be a safe conversation. I think that's what I wanted to try to do in that last ramble, is that I was like, you know, this dude's responding to it critically. and you know, not being overly familiar with your content and not feeling very safe in the stream space, I was like, you know, this dude's responding to it critically, which if I was like, you know, I really think that, as because I've seen streams about my content and just streams in general before, and I'm like, man, the stream is really, I'm coming from it from a different perspective too, which is something I think I caught as I was listening to some of your critiques, first and foremost in video essays.
Yes.
I've said, I went on record in some of my videos that I'm an entertainer first. And
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see them talk.
I think that's important for people to acknowledge when they're making video essay work on YouTube, is that,
Oh, good point, Umar. Okay.
you know, you can promote as many awesome ideals in your content as possible.
Yes.
And I want people to do that, but you're still an entertainer. And so, and I'm new, you know, I'm very new. And part of this video was kind of exploring the feelings I had about being very new. And then suddenly kind of lost my train of thought. This is not going to be my sharpest time to be speaking.
Oh no, it's all right. Welcome to the debate bro sphere.
Yeah, this is past my bedtime. I really rolled out of bed and was like, oh man, I should call in. I think this would be a cool thing to do, to kind of like create a cool moment of discourse, learn some things myself, and maybe clarify some things that I failed to bring across.
Well, sure. I'd love to hear more from you. I mean, we watched the entire video. What did it take? 2 hours? So
it was, it was a long one, and I worked on it for a while. Yeah. But I don't want to dominate. I want it because I want this to be a discourse. So like,
yes,
you want to talk about Metallica, you know?
It's no problem. So what I guess specifically made you call in from what I had to say?
So yeah, the thing that has bothered me the most about the response thus far is, although like I think it came across pretty clearly, have issues with, I'll say, the bigger debate bro space, in the way streaming, the leftist streaming content tends to come off from an outside perspective. I tried to say at some point, I'm sure, and it definitely played, that that was low-hanging fruit, and that this issue is just as applicable to leftist video essayists, and to leftists, you know, in general, I would say the white leftists in general, kind of need to do some self-evaluation. It's a conversation, an ongoing conversation that you see often as a person of color. And I'm relatively new to being as left as I am. You know, again, I'm older. But like, one of the things that always repulsed me about the left is I was like, y'all sound, you know, the rhetoric it doesn't have the appropriate flavor. It's very, very white centered. And so that's the debate bros are just because you all do have so much out there. And, you know, because again, I do think that, especially for the bigger guys, it's so close in tone. And
yeah, I mean, that was my problem. I'll let it play after this. That was my problem with the debate bros in general, was that like, there is a centering of you know, a lot of privileged points of view, and again, I don't blame it on the individual actors. I think it's the environment. I think it's the waters that they swim in that make it that way. I don't blame the people. Like I always say, you know, you take the shark out of the big mean ocean, and you might the shark might be more ooh. I don't know. Like that. What a weird example. I'm sorry.
And energy to the old skeptic community that made it easy to point out those flaws, but those flaws are indicative of the online left as I perceive it as a whole. And I don't want this to feel like, and I wish I'd have kind of thought about that deeper during writing, but that's kind of the nature of, I wish I'd have taken more time to drive that home, that this is a everybody problem as far as I can tell within the bread tube sphere. That's why the bulk of the video is like, why did it feel like a miracle?
They chose to swim in those waters, though.
What happened when I got to this point? Why am I passing up people who I think are better than me? You know, and why doesn't this quite feel right? It's where the first impetus for this video started from. Is this doesn't feel like I thought
if that's my video.
And like, why is that? And as I began to like process that out, it was like, oh, because you
it's FD
realize
that's
that, not by anybody in particular, but by just the nature of being a content creator doing leftist content, you have been tokenized. And what are you going to do about it?
They feel most comfortable in those waters?
The answer to that question became this.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not speaking from a higher horse. I was swimming those waters too, okay?
Video.
Okay. I really appreciate the clarification. Makes a lot of sense. One thing that I thought that was like super interesting, especially as you say, you're like a person from the outside looking in, especially since you view this through a lens, especially when it comes from the Gamergate era and the skeptic sphere era. A lot of people did come from those communities. And and actually, if I'm going to be honest with you, I came from that community as well. And And in that sense, I'm not sure if you know their names. I used to watch Bearing. I actually used to watch some Roaming Millennial, and Roaming Millennial is now Lauren Chen, who is an ethno-nationalist now. And also Sargon of Akkad. I know you mentioned him by.
I mean, how much worse has Lauren Shin got? I just don't have a framework. I didn't really listen to Lauren Shin back when she was Roaming Millennial. I always thought she was right wing, though.
My name. I didn't watch them. I didn't like a lot of their prescriptions, but a lot of what I watched back then was indeed like, oh, look at this feminist. I
am Jack's complete lack of surprise. Oh my god.
So wacky. Whoa, she thinks like peanut butter is racist. Like, it was stuff like that. And I was like, well, I mean, they're going a little far. But for me, I always came from like a left-wing background, and I still kept up with that left-wing background.
Okay, so she's been basically the same as long as you've known her name. So you knew her back in the Roaming Millennial days. I kind of suspected as much. And with some of these debate bros that came out of that anti-SJW, did he really say Gamergate? I didn't catch that. And that's surprising, but it doesn't mean that you can't, like, move on and learn, and you know what I mean? I'm not trying to, but like, I do notice this a lot, that like when they'll talk about the people that they used to like back in the day, they'll say they weren't that bad. And it's like, they didn't change. You did. And that's a good thing. He did say
with that, but it was more like those types of videos. So that stuff, I don't think it's just appealing to people who are just maybe like right or even far right or anything along those lines. I think they're very appealing to everyone, and maybe not even just white people. I honestly think that's appealing to a lot of people, because
and I'm not going to use that as a dunk. Okay, just understand that, like, I'm not saying I'm not using it as a dunk. I'm trying to use it to say that one of the problems with the debate bro sphere is, since they've internalized so much of the right, they're often unaware when they're in its presence. They often mischaracterize right-wing streamers as being centrist or even lefty, right? And we've brought up some of those examples. This happens all the time in Twitch politics. This is what Twitch politics is built on, unfortunately. It's why Twitch politics skews right-wing these days.
Even look at a lot of these communities, especially back in the day, they're reasonably diverse when it comes to
all these people came out of Gamergate. That's why their tactics are so Gamergate. People have to stop underplay. Well, I've been Gamergated. Like, yeah, like the tactics used against me were very Gamergate as well, right?
The people in them.
No, I don't think everybody that attacked me was doing it for misogynistic reasons. I'm just saying that the tactics are the same.
I engaged in some of these communities back in the
day.
I'll
let it play.
With that being said, not all of them. Oh.
No, I'm here. I was frozen for a second, but I'm good. I've heard everything you said.
Okay, sure. I just want to make sure nothing.
I apologize. I'm going to be very noob adjacent. But like, no, please continue. I apologize.
Sure, no problem. Just want to make sure everything was okay. I think one big reason for that is their rhetoric, the way they argue, and you picked up on that, because I believe that the right is very, very good at one thing, and that's rhetoric. I mean, we look back, I talked about this earlier, but we look back and you talk about people like, even like Adolf Hitler. What's one thing that people say, what do they give him one credit for how easy it was for him to rally people? Rhetoric. And even taking a lot of lefty talking points and that rhetoric, driving home that rhetoric, and having the same sort of, about like Nosbos and the Red Brown Alliance and stuff like that, right?
No, that is unfamiliar territory for me. Oh. I don't want to front on that.
Sure, no, it's kind of like
terms I've heard, but like I couldn't speak on those with confidence.
Sure, it's kind of like, here, I'll explain it like this.
Well, don't ever not know about the Nosbol vortex around Irene, right? Right? Don't ever miss that around Irene. Yeah. It's
like Nazis are far right people who use a lot of leftist talking points, like typically ideas, and sort of like iconography for their own personal gains, because they are for one, they are correct, and they are very persuasive to your average person. But then they take that, and because we both live in the same vein of populism, I think like socialism is even like a populist movement in and of itself, right? It's for the workers, the proletariat, the normal people of the world, the salt of the earth. And fascism wants to appeal to that, but obviously it only works for the
normal people. Chat, can you help me? I feel like this is a distillation of is it Vosh? Is that what I'm hearing? Is kind of just like I mean, I know the Nazgul Vortex thing is from Vosh, but like the things that he was saying earlier, like, is this a Voshian meta or a Xanderhallian meta? I can't quite tell.
Upper class, the ruling class, the people who have the money, and everyone else
Lord of the Rings reference
and gets like thrown to the wolves and are pawns of the people at top. So they use that same rhetoric. I mean, that's why Hitler called his movement the National Socialist Workers' Party. But they go to different aims, right? So me and like a super fascist will agree, man, these big banks are really hurting the country, and the military is doing all of these foreign adventures and hurting all of these people abroad, and we're spending all of these like resources abroad when we can't even help the people here. Well,
should I rewind it, chat? I don't want to mischaracterize what Sharkio's trying to say. It's not. It's one thing I will give DebateBros credit for, recognizing the Nazgul third way influence creeping into leftist discourse. So when I brought that up to Dylan, I guess I was on that side of things. I guess I was technically a DebateBro. So yeah, and I did kind of that terminology I got from Vosh, right? And I do think it's a good. I do think it's an effective meme. I don't think that you should get all your rhetoric from Vosh, and I think you got to be really careful with that. But yeah, that is a good way to put it. I thought they were saying Nazgul is super dangerous. It has affected me. Yeah, we've had our eye on this since like April or really March. Wait, when was it? When did I have infrared in my chat? It was like slightly. It was slightly after infrared that I really started to become aware of the danger of this. Yeah, I'd rewind it. Okay, let's do that.
thing, and that's rhetoric. I mean, we look back, I talked about this earlier, but we look back and you talk about people like even like Adolf Hitler. What's one thing that people say, what do they get appealing to everyone, and maybe not even just white people? I honestly think that's appealing to a lot of people, because you even look at a lot of these communities, especially back in the day, they're reasonably diverse when it comes to the people in them. I engaged in some of these communities back in the day. With that being said, not all of them. Oh
wait, what communities? Fuck me.
I'm here. I was frozen for a second, but I'm good. I've heard everything you said.
Okay, sure.
The atheist community. Okay.
I'm gonna be very noob adjacent, but like, no, please continue. I apologize.
Sure, no problems. Want to make sure everything was okay. I think one big reason for that is their rhetoric, the way they argue, and you picked up on that because I believe that the right is very, very good at one thing, and that's rhetoric. I mean, we look back, I talked about this earlier, but we look back and you talk about people like even like Adolf Hitler. What's one thing that people say, what do they give him one credit for how easy it was for him to rally people? Rhetoric. And even taking a lot of lefty talking points and that rhetoric, driving home that rhetoric, and having the same sort of, you know, about like Nazguls and the Red Brown Alliance and stuff like that, right?
No, that is unfamiliar territory for me. I don't want to front on that.
Sure, no, it's kind of
the
like
terms I've heard, but like I couldn't speak on those with confidence.
Sure, it's kind of like, here, I'll explain it like this. It's like Nazis are far right people who use a lot of leftist talking points, like typically ideas and sort of like iconography for their own personal gains, because they are for one, they are correct, and they are very persuasive to your average person. But then they take that, and because we both live in the same vein of populism, I think like socialism is even like a populist movement in and of itself. Right? It's for the workers, the proletariat, the normal people of the world, the salt of the earth. And fascism wants to appeal to that, but obviously it only works for the upper class, the ruling class, the people who have the money, and everyone else lives in squalor and gets like
Toadstone's talking about the original Nazguls back in oh god, I used to know the names of these people, right? I'm more familiar with the more modern third positionist and you know, red brown adjacent theorists like Dugan.
To the wolves and are pawns of the people at top. So they use that same rhetoric. I mean, that's why Hitler called his movement the National Socialist Workers' Party. But they go to different aims, right? So me and like a super fascist will agree, man, these big banks are really hurting the country, and the military is doing all of these foreign adventures and hurting all of these people.
I mean, yes, Strasser's movement was, you know, called the third. It was called third positionism. There's one other dude, though. Oh my god.
Abroad, and we're using.
I mean, look at my Nazgul video. We go over the kind of like basically I feel like there was three like eras of this.
Spending all these like resources abroad when we can't even help the people here. We'll agree on all of those issues. But at the very end, what we do about such issues, that's where we really change. And I feel like a lot of people, like me, myself, I picked up
sorry,
on
my Naswell video. I've got a few of them. Which one is it? The origin. I think it's called Infrared Origins or something. It's, yeah, about Dugan, Limonov, and Eurasianism. Stratified, so the old version, third positionism, is the post-USSR variant.
I think a lot of other bread tubers have picked up on this, especially in the debate space, especially if you've come from those communities. You're used to that argument.
That's right, the Strasserite and the Knight of Long Knives, yeah.
And that rhetoric, and it's very persuasive. I think so personally, and you may agree, you may disagree. That's fine. But with that being said, I do believe that that's what you may be hearing is that rhetoric, that same style of argumentation being used by us and other people in this space, but for different ends. And that's what it may feel like. And I'm not saying even that sometimes we don't have like right-wing talking points. I mean, there's a lot of drama in the space that I know you're not privy to, and yeah, I know you're blessed for not knowing about it. But with that being said, there have been people who use that rhetoric once again to have right-wing talking points, and that's a problem. But I really think what you're mainly picking up on there would be that the same rhetoric, because they were using our rhetoric to begin with.
So I tend to agree with that. So I did not touch the skeptics per se, but I definitely kind of chronicle in the video. I was there early. I think the meme is I was there for the old magic, with Nostalgia Critic, Angry Video Game Nerd, and the earliest YouTube space, but immediately caught on to what the energy of the skeptic community. I was like, oh no, not y'all. And it's because of what you just said. And so like I agree with the whole of I think what you just said, which is that right-leaning figures, historical and contemporary, are excellent sophists and orators, and they speak well, and they have a certain flair to getting across arguments. I don't know if that in isolation is a bad thing, but what is concerning and what I picked up on even as a young man is there's I think maybe a bell curve of where that comes from.
So black people talking about the bell curve. Oh no.
Right, well, yeah, I'm also a researcher, so I know what a bell curve in general before it became racist, but that's a whole conversation. So it's a bell curve, and so on one end of that bell curve is just people who are skilled orators seeking out certain ends to politically, ideologically, philosophically. But within that bell curve, I'm not sure where it lies, and I'm not sure the amounts within the DebateBro sphere. There's a lot of ego, and I think Noah called it referred to a demagoguery, where you can build an audience, a career, and what happens is that the end goal of what that's supposed to be can kind of get twisted and like minimized and lost, and people are challenged in ways that, or not even challenged, and people get out of their comfort zone. When things need to, when certain conversations are had, and it's like, ooh, this sounds really familiar, but not, it's just missing the.
Wait.
Can I do that?
No.
Oh shit,
no.
My bad.
All right,
Shit.
Here, 1 second. I have to kind of delete the stream now. Give me 1 second.
I'm so sorry, dude. Let me go through an anecdote. This is a personal anecdote. Yes. So in 2016,
hey, it's a good thing that this guy didn't have like, a bunch of haters ready to pounce on that, right? Because that's what happened to Vash and Hassan, right? With the I can say the word, right? I can talk about saltine crackers here on YouTube, but I cannot address saltine crackers on Twitch, lest I become yeeted as well. But
when he came to rise, I was skeptical, but I was also in a so, but I was open because like the other option was Hillary Clinton, right? So it's like, all right, okay, this is some cool stuff. But like when I would get the people I would hear most about from Bernie Sanders were white people, were white leftist socialists, et cetera, et cetera.
Jay Gould has a great debunk of the bell curve. The who is that? Oh my god, the author of the bell curve. Fuck.
They advocated for him. Sounded exactly the same as if a white person was going to advocate for a a conservative would advocate
the
for
D word all over again.
The Democrats are all really racist. Bernie Sanders marched with Martin Luther King. Like I kept hearing that. They kept bringing up that Bernie Sanders marched with Martin Luther King in the 60s, which is nice and all. But it wasn't very like, in the 1960s, the Democrats and Republicans, right before the
Pinker was the bell curve?
Southern strategy.
That was really Pinker?
What's the specifics? And like the specifics
Charles
are still
Murray,
good,
Charles Murray, yeah.
But, skeptical. And when he started losing in certain spaces, and you may have noticed this, I'm not sure your age, but if you were like politically inclined, then you would hear the refrain of where that's because they're low information black voters in North Carolina, South Carolina.
Yes, like bigotry of low expectations. People being like the only reason they don't want to vote for Bernie is because they're just not educated enough, type thing. I remember that.
So like a lot of that kind of primed my ear for essentially the vibe check. And I come from a more radical black, and I grew up in a Pan-African, like not community, not like a commune. I grew up very normal, but like my aunts and uncles were all very involved in like ground level activism in Chicago. Like that was a family tradition. So I've always been very wary of certain types of, call them get out liberals. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, this is just get out liberal stuff. The people that they're useful in that they're not going to murder me in the street. But if I get murdered in the street, they're going to riot in my neighborhood and not their own neighborhood. And so that's where a lot of that's like the couching of when you bring up the Nazbo talking points. My concern is that I feel like it doesn't contain itself just to talking points. It spills out into movement. It spills out into regard. And it spills out into how are these conversations being done? Are people moving, in private? How is action taking place? And I don't think all those things are arbitrarily bad. I think they're mostly good. But the concern comes down to kind of.
I've just never heard it codified like that. That's great.
Still very white centered. It's still white centered in a non-critical way. It's still white centered in a way that
oh my God.
White is a perfectly normal, benign thing. And there's no historical or sociological problem with adhering to a white racial framework. And that's just not true. And I need that from any white person that's going to consider themselves an ally or progressive or anti-racist. You have to be a white traitor. You have to be an accomplice. If you're not, like, I'm not going to fight you or,
this meme is very real.
battle you or do debate stuff. But I am going to point that out. And I'm going to say this is why your space is lacking in color and diversity, because a lot of people, well, not everybody, a lot of people will pick up on this energy and they will, quietly slide to the back and then eventually out the door. And I feel like that's been happening in general on YouTube because of the algorithm.
Chat, is there like a name for people who nominally support trans rights, but they are really quick to get behind any sort of witch hunt of any kind of trans creator without looking at that critically and asking themselves, is this, it's a simple question, like, is this even possible, right? Is there like a name for that? Because I feel like that's a thing, and I feel like more than anything else, that has been what has reduced the number of trans creators. When I started out in this space, there were more trans creators, and they have all fallen by the wayside to, I don't know what you want to call it, cancel campaigns or something like that. Sometimes they're enacted by lefties, but they're oh my God, they're enacted by lefties, but they're like they're repeating shit that comes from right-wing corners of the internet without even looking at it enough to notice that that's what they're doing. And it's really hard to look at somebody like that, like who was an ally yesterday and is now literally a tool of the right, unwittingly. We'd like to think, but like Demon Mama, me, Lady Raincloud, and I know none of us are perfect people, right? But pushing us out of this space? Like, why are so many people so quick to get on board with that shit? Why are so many people so useful to the right? She has some bad takes. Recently, Stacey May was talking about this. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that tweet. I know what you're talking about, Sabrina. And I had really mixed feelings because I mean, I wanted to say something, but at the same time, I feel like right now supporting her would be risking showing a lack of solidarity with non-binary people. But there was a point to what, even though the way that she said it was kind of fucked up, but there was a point there, right? Absolutely, yeah. Probably because that's what they're used to. I don't know. Why are they so willing to see us as witches? In the same way, without any proof. Like, some of them knowingly spreading lies about me and admitting that they don't know which of these are actually true, but just with the implication that there's too much smoke for there not to be fire. Do you know why there's so much smoke? Do you want to know why there's so much smoke? Because I'm a trans creator that doesn't stand down. That's why there's so much smoke. That's where the smoke started. If you want to trace that smoke back to its origin, that's what you're going to find. You're going to find me pissing off right-wingers. You're going to find me taking on Doobie. I said his name. There we go. I'm way too brave. Or too stupid. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out, right? You're going to find me standing up for trans people when no one else would. And you're going to find right-wing entryists trying to push me out, almost succeeding, hurting my community, hurting me, and me surviving. And when you're spreading this shit about me, without even being sure, like, you know, what's true and what's not, you're like a bionic arm for them, aren't you? You're not acting as a subject. You're acting as an object. And can you imagine how that looks to me? Can you imagine how that feels to see a friend doing that? Can you imagine the absurd binary that you're putting me into? Where defending myself means hurting somebody that I still care about? Please think about this. Please entertain these notions. Because I don't think you've grappled with what you might be doing. Okay?
Also, in terms of, like, at least with this debate bro section, that is just a general problem on the left from my perspective.
Sure. One thing at the beginning when you were talking, you brought up something sort of like the streamers being like bullheaded, especially if they're getting cornered. Is that right?
I want to say cornered. I won't stand behind that. Just
but I agree.
Blood sport.
So you don't go after content creators if you can help it.
In this space, we call it streamer brain, and this happens a lot. And we actually, and thankfully, we've been criticizing other content creators for it, and I try and stay away from it, especially when I'm in debates. It's when you may not know exactly a talking point that some weird righty brought up, or you may be a little out of, like, the debate like kind of went a little out of your depth, or you're not too sure about something. So instead of like backing up, being like, whoa, like, give me a second, let me look this up, or give me a second, let me fact check, give me a second, let me like change gears a little bit, you just kind of like blow right through it, and you go, I don't care, fuck this, fuck you, and then you go big streamer brain, and you think, and you go, I'm not going to be wrong on this, I'm not going to accept that I'm incorrect on this issue, and so you just like plow through it, because for one thing, once again, well,
not just that we're seen as targets, we're pushed to the margins, making us acceptable targets. So in other words, if you go after a target like one of the streamers, one of the debate panel hosts that somebody mentioned in chat earlier, who I'm not going to mention, because he loves it when I say his name, and I'm not going to give him that, right? But you know who I'm talking about, right? You know, you get clapped hard. But if you go after me, You just have to deal with me. And I'm not that strong by myself. I'm only as strong as the people who support me. And I'm only as durable as their solidarity. And when I see that break down, when I see that crumble under my feet, it's the worst feeling in the world. It hurts worse than anything the right-wingers could do to me. And anything that they will do to me when you enable them to.
Hold up. This is our job. Like for me, I'm full-time. I'm a full-time content creator. This is my job. Getting like bodied in a debate in a debate that I agreed to on stream in front of my audience by some weirdo right winger looks very bad. It looks really bad, and people really remember it. They remember when you get a body. They'll pass around the clips, and you'll be called like stupid for a very long time actually.
Thank you, Umar.
So everybody wants
you guys gladiators. I said that in the moment, probably not from the best place, but like listening to some of your criticisms made me think like, you know what, I really would walk that back to an extent. To not denigrate
Thank you, Sabrina.
a specific skill set.
Thank you,
I couldn't imagine like having a bad video and like because the numbers might fuck me up, but like nobody's gonna like pass around and say, you know, I can always delete. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so much more locus of control. And like I get how the absence of that creates more opportunities for streamer brain and fuckery.
Thank you, Fairless.
Like everything you do wrong it's going to be out there in a second. Here on Twitch, we have clips. So the second something happens, someone can press the clip button. It's like, what is it, minute and a half, 2 minutes? You can take that and you can instantly put it on Twitch. You can instantly put it on Twitter. Like, so any bad thing that you do, it's there instantly. That's clip chimping is what we call it typically. And so that's a really big thing that a lot of streamers want to avoid, and that can lead to a lot of streamer brain, and that's like really unfortunate. But it is. And here's what I think about, you know, reaching over. Okay, you may have heard it. I hold a lot of video essayists in high regard. I've made pre-recorded videos. I'm making a pre-recorded video at the moment. I know the research, time, and effort it takes in to make a script, make the video, redo it, work with other people because you have to call the people.
You're buying cat ears to wear? Oh my god, that's adorable. Do you want me to put the cat ears on, chat?
Like Noah Sampson edited it, didn't he?
Just the opening section.
Okay, yeah.
I couldn't do all that shit.
Yeah, and he worked on that. You had other people. It's a big effort. All right, and don't even get me started on like a philosophy tube or ContraPoints video. You have to make like an entire set for a Netflix special, basically, with all that sort of stuff. And so I hold, and a lot of us hold a lot of video essayists in very high regard because we appreciate what you guys do, and a lot of us in this community, we love what you guys do. That's why we watch your videos. We think they're very important. And you guys do great work. And I think it reaches out to a very specific audience that my content kind of just in and of itself from stream can't reach. Like your video, your tone, the way you structure your content, I may not be able to reach a lot of those people in the way that I am. I'm a lot more dude bro. I'm a lot more like gamery. I come from that content. You know, I was born on the internet. That's why I say the N-word.
I want to put out there that I had a point in there that I've seen a lot of, like, although like, I'm not a.
I did have a cat. But you know, like cats don't live as long as we do. And as much as I'd like to, you know, take care of another like the cat that needs a home, I'm not doing a great job about taking care of myself right now, and you know, I don't want to subject a cat to that kind of chaos.
Like a general, I'm not a consumer of this type of content. I'll see clips that just, you know, they become clips that you just can't avoid.
Orange and black to match your cat.
But
it's okay. I'm sorry.
I agree.
You didn't know, like it's.
I don't think,
you know,
that the solution is to like denigrate you guys' role.
It was a long time ago, chat. I'm not like, you know, I'm.
Discourse and, you know, criticism to be like not important and not like relevant to progressive movement, leftist movements.
I love criticism of this space. I love it. I criticize this space all the time. Like once again, I was like one of the only black people in this space. I got to tell you, there are problems here a lot in BreadTube specifically. I remember when I started posting on BreadTube the subreddit. I think it's now a little bit defunct. Also, it's kind of like captured by a bunch of like really insane people. So I stay away from that space now. But it was blindingly white, incredibly white. You very rarely saw like a woman. You very rarely saw a person of color there. And that was a really big.
Does anybody know what's up with the RedTube subreddit now? Like, it's like they've had various like opinions of me. I think they like me now, but I don't really know what's going on there. Sharkio said it's captured by some very sus people, I think. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Good point, Buffy. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god.
Thing that they were talking about, it was like white people talking to other white people about how white the space was. And so what do you got to do about that?
Reddit in general is pretty cursed.
That's exactly my point. Like, it's bigger than the DebateBro space. It is intrinsic to the problem of communities and discourse. And one of the things, like, bigger than just being leftist in terms of the political, is for me. So I'm 39. There are not that many people my age on YouTube doing what I'm doing. I constantly feel out of place and insecure about my ability to do this well. You know, whether or not I'm like, you know, completely missing certain things because of generational divides. How often do I sound? Because I'm a former teacher, so I'm like, I don't want to be condescending to people that are my peers that are much younger than me. You know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say, I don't think I plan on being on YouTube for a super long time. At least making video essays. But
that's a
for
shame,
me, the frustrating thing is the reason why I started making essays, and I touched on this earlier in the video, is I did not see Black creators on the platform doing much of anything within the video essay analysis commentary space. And I'm kind of losing my train of thought. You said something that basically triggered me trying to say, one of my ultimate goals is to literally create the wave in the algorithm that pulls as many other Black creators with me. Like, create, because that's really what happened. Like, in fact, I wish I'd have somebody commented this, and I felt it during the production process, but didn't really put it on camera. I don't think of I think my video, if I was to imagine the best way that my video can ever be seen historically, it would be marking the end of the white BreadTube era. Because if you look at this, in this year, we have me, Khadijah Mbow, Shan Spear, who's not like an explicitly political creator. I mentioned Yara Zaid, for Harriet, who's been here for a while, but has, you know, really rocketed up in terms of followers and you know, views. Like, I think it's already happening. More than any criticism of like debate bros, the thing was kind of like letting it be known to whomever who considers himself progressive and anti-racist and leftist. If you have not taken the effort to recognize this wave and engage with it and support it, what are you really doing? And that will mean for some maybe a change in persona or tone, which is fine. It may not go over well with everyone, but like, that's just the reality of change. That's what I've had to do personally.
I actually kind of think, and I wanted to touch on it a little bit, because your videos reach a certain demographic. Like I said, reach a certain demographic I can't reach, and I also think my videos or my content reaches a demographic that yours may not be able to, or like ContraPoints or H-Bomb or all those other people. I don't think people would be as engaged in a certain way. You said that we're kind of like gladiators, which I kind of agree with. Like, we joke and we're like, yeah, the video essayists are in their ivory towers and we're the ones fighting in the trenches. Like, but in a sense,
I really fucked up at that point. Like, I heard you critique that, and I was like, fuck, you got me. I really, exactly what you called it. It was some pure ivory tower shit. And I'm in academia, and I stayed critiquing ivory tower shit. Yeah, I completely got sucked into that mind frame when it was time for me to not do that. So, you know, I completely agree with you.
It happens all the time. And listen, we're just people at the end of the day making content. I know exactly that feeling once you finish a video's never done. Like, people say, oh, the video's done. The video's never done, ever. You can always look back at it, change something, change it over again. That always happens. Feel like you should have said something differently. But I do agree with that in a sense. Probably not in the way that it was a little bit more degrading, but in the sense that...
Shady.
A little bit, but video essayists are able to talk about certain issues in a way that I feel like is a little, I don't want to say here, I'll say unrealistic, in the sense that it's in the perfect environment for you to have these certain discussions. But in the real world, we can't have that. And you said you were in academia, and I brought this up a little bit earlier. You may have heard it, you may not have. But there's a really big problem that even like sociologists and other scientists have reaching normal people to actually move ideas into praxis, into actually changing the world. because they can't reach people. It's been a really big thing recently where like a lot of right wingers take a lot of like very academic works that it's supposed to be passed around from academics and stuff, and it just goes crazy because there's no rhetoric behind it. It's just kind of like plain sort of just kind of thought goo, and that they can mold into like whatever they want. And so that's why I think like people like Kyle Hill, you may know him, or like Bill Nye, you know him probably. These science explainers are very important to take that and put it in a way that people kind of understand. And it kind of rubbed me a little bit of the wrong way when you said that we don't have original ideas, because one thing that's really big is that taking these ideas and putting them in a way that people understand is really good. And I think a lot of our big ideas come from the way that we move these thoughts into praxis, into the real world, into getting them into people's hands, into people arguing for their own humanity. Because you can talk to any other content creator who's done this in this space, that people feel more emboldened because it sucks. And this is a topic for another video entirely about how the fact that you have to argue for your own humanity. Here in America, black people have had to argue for their own humanity the entire time. Trans people argue for their own humanity. Women argue for their own humanity. Queer people argue for their own humanity. We don't like it, but that's the fact of the world. There are people who just think that, we're subhuman or fucking whatever. This happens a lot. So moving these ideas into a way where someone can talk to their fucking racist uncle or like transphobic dad or like sexist coworker at the lunch table in a way that they understand, can resonate with, and with that rhetoric, I think is vitally important to actually changing people's minds on like an individual basis. Because I'm just one person, but if like half the people who watch me change one person's mind, that's a lot of people.
So I think I agree with that overall. And I think, so the thing that's been on my mind a lot, I did a video with Polyphonic, who's a music video essayist about essentially cultural appropriation and rock and roll. And
oh shit, we need to watch that.
In our conversation, I was because I watched some of his stuff, I was like, yo, you're really basically VH1 behind the music documentaries on YouTube. And as I said that, I was like, yo, the cultural of, assuming your generation, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 22. I'm Zoomer.
Okay, so perfect example. The cultural criticism of your generation is on YouTube, and to maybe a lesser extent TikTok. Mm-hmm. And that is an amazing thing, but also dangerous. In that when I was 22, I could only get like true like cultural criticism about music history and art history and history and shit from MTV, VH1. I've made multiple jokes that TikTok is MTV for Zoomers. Mm-hmm.
Also, if you didn't know, TikTok passed YouTube and I think viewership. Actually, that's why you see YouTube pushing a lot of clips, because they see TikTok taking a lot of their space.
Yeah, and that's an interesting future thing to think about as well. It may get older. Maybe that's why I'm successful. But what I'm trying to get at is, so on one end, having that there for everybody to connect to is amazing, because I remember VH1 Behind the Music series. I remember MTV, This Is My Life as a Blank. It didn't always do the best job of explaining those things. It was still definitely white-centered and white-focused and exclude a lot of people. And we're also talking about the fucking 90s. So, like, the 90s learned a lot in the last 20 years. I hope. Not as much as possible. We probably could have. Still, that's like super important, because that stuff shaped the way I saw the world. And anything that about me that had to change first had to maneuver around some of those touchstone moments. Oh, like VH1, I don't even know if that exists anymore. MTV, nobody watches it, except for us. I feel like, etc.
Like,
so
I just don't watch
generation,
TV.
This may be
like,
I feel like your generation is
forever.
getting your cultural texture from this type of content. So that means it's super important for everybody to be at the table, for people to be essentially on their best behavior and not repeating certain bad habits that we got from MTV and VH1. Mm-hmm. In your space, you all are the vanguard. We're going to take away gladiators. You all are the vanguard, like the vanguard of that, right? You all get to say this was good with these flaws, this was bad for these reasons. But because it's, I guess, such a pressure cooker, because it's stream brain, and I think a lot of you all are doing this 3 and 4 times a week, it's very easy, I think, for everything you just said to still, when that slip up happens, fall right back into white supremacist framework of dominating a conversation, dominating the individual in front of me, because it is a contest of sorts. And it's scary because I didn't know who JonTron or Destiny, who either of them were, for that debate. I knew who they were afterward.
Yes.
And I remember like talking to students and them being so sad, like, why did JonTron do this? Like it was wild. So like that moment is super important for Destiny to have done that debate and to have shown the problem with JonTron's rhetoric.
Well, yeah, I've heard people talk about that as well, as wildly successful in like uncovering like what was under there.
Right. But for Destiny to talk about, I mean, was it Destiny that talked about shooting rioters? And
yeah, he has the infamous clip, like mow down dipshit protesters.
Yeah, and that resonates though. Like that becomes like we only remember the "I have a dream" speech. You know what I'm saying? Like those moments are like those moments are yikes enough that it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? And everybody needs to sit back and say, hey, how do we not end up here again? You know what I'm saying? And so that's the only, if I'm talking about my personal perspective, because I'm also like, I'm a former edgelord. You know what I'm saying? I watched anime. I hung out on fucking what was the white supremacist
4chan?
thing? Arguing with people. No, not 4chan. I'm too old for 4chan.
Oh.
Stormfront.
Stormfront?
Stormfront. Yes, but back in the day.
Oh my gosh.
But like, I understand this discourse completely. I was good for a Facebook takedown debate, you know, whatever, what is really just me and some other guy, you know, trying to show who's the smartest and don't care anything about the people we're talking about, which is why I'm trying to be critical of it now, because I wish I was in the same headspace a lot of you all are when I was in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? And it's like when I see people in this space making the same mistakes, adopting the same regressive rhetoric and behavior, I feel like can we talk about that? Can we like really dig into how that happens? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's I think the big, in terms of explicitly debate bros, that's what it is. It's me showing that is all coming from the same white racial frame that centers whiteness. And when, you know, it's like when you get streamer brain, like you're not going to call other people, you're not going to revert to white supremacist talking points because that doesn't, like, that's completely unnatural to you. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. I may not revert to white supremacist talking points, but I could definitely revert to bigoted talking points, especially when it comes to like queer people, immigrants, all that sort of stuff.
Yes, and I would agree with that, and I think that's something I work on as well. Like I, you know, have to consistently not censor my maleness, my black maleness. I'm in constantly discourse with that because I know the problem. I don't feel like when I at least hear of we're talking about repeated violations in this particular way, that tells me that those are people who are not constantly in discourse with that problem.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, one thing that I guess I got like a big taste of recently, and I don't know, maybe I've just been sitting in my room for a really long time, making content or what, but the outside world is pretty hecked up. Like what your just general public thinks and believes and how like ignorant they can be a lot of the times. I'm like, wow. I remember I hung out with some of my some friends a little while ago. We went to go play Dance Dance Revolution. That was fun. What wasn't fun was some of the slurs that I heard. Sometimes just like casual slurs. Sometimes I remember a friend's I don't want to give out any specifics or anything. Like a friend's family member used they're just talking about someone. We're talking about past dates and whatever. And there was one of my friends had like a relation with a non-binary person, and they were like, "What? She just got upset every time I said woman, just woman. Like I just joke. I'm like, hey, what's up, woman? And they're like, can you please not call me woman? My pronouns are they, them. And they're like, what the fuck is happening? And then their family member was, oh, was she? And then they like the T slur. And I was like, this isn't great. But yeah, I know, right? But the thing is, I don't even think she knew what that word meant.
Yeah, I feel you a lot on that pain.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I cut you off though. I was co-signing you though. Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, so I don't even think he knew what that word meant. Honestly, when I started this, I didn't know what that word meant either. How bad it could be. So we have a lot of problems in this space, but I think like society just has problems generally, and I do believe we should be on our best behavior. But looking at the space after being in this space for so long, I've seen so many people try really hard. And now for me, I come from a very I don't know if it's like spawns from me being Christian specifically or like my family or how I've been raised, but I'm an extremely empathetic person. That's a really big thing that a lot of people say they get from my content is like I give off big empathy vibes. So I can understand if someone, you know, has some problems or messes up. There's one person, SDL, Sock Then Left, who had like some pretty yikesy Discord messages leak that, you know, some were taken out of context, some weren't good in any context, you know, and they made an apology video. They got torn up for it, like really bad, and it kind of like it broke their heart, it broke their everything, and they just kind of completely left the space. And some people think that, you know, once you make these sorts of like comments or something, you're maybe irredeemable, but that would make like most of the population irredeemable. And the fact that they showed so much hurt from what they did because they didn't understand how bad it was, I I would have that person 1,000 times over, like be like standing next to me fighting for like racial equality or anything, than I would for someone who's never had to struggle with like overcoming bad ideas or like negative aspects of them that they had to like overcome. And I even spent time with them in their house not too long ago. They're an incredibly great person, and they even picked up some extra reading, I think Fred Hampton as well, to help some of that. And we have a lot of people from some bad backgrounds here who carry on some of those bad aspects. I'm never going to deny that. I do too. I'm that person too. We're always working through that. But I think we're always hovering above that, like what you would say, like white framework, that like homogenous cishet sort of framework that we're hovering around. Even like trans people, gay people with internalized queer phobia that they have to work through as well.
Hey everybody.
So people in chat definitely feel that way too. I just think we have problems, but I feel like a lot of the times, especially from people like looking in, it looks a lot worse than it actually is, especially.
No, okay. I mean, like, yeah, like I'm glad they're having this conversation. I feel like they're at least understanding each other, but it's not. It's the opposite. It's worse than you think. Twitch politics in particular, and you know, swimming in those waters makes you blind. And we pointed out some of so what it is, chat. You know what nose blindness is? Nose blind is, okay, I think I'm getting this from a commercial or something. I think this is from a commercial, right? So, you know, if you got sweaty socks, right? You know, you went and worked out and your socks got sweaty and you leave them there and you don't wash them for a week, right? You know, like it's kind of like, let's say that they get smelly a little bit at a time. They get smellier, but you don't notice that. Then you're like, you know, your mom walks in or whatever, your friend walks in, right? And they're like, what the fuck? Clean your room. It smells like ass in here. And you're like, what? Right? That's nose blindness. I think that this creator's, you know, being part of Twitch politics is experiencing some of that nose blindness. I think that this creator is, you know, and like I've veered away from criticism of him because I just don't know enough about the guy or, you know, what he does in terms of content. Like I've watched some of his, I think I watched his Achilles Argyle video back in the day, but I haven't really watched a lot of what he's done. But I am detecting some nose blindness. I am detecting that he doesn't recognize all reliably like right-wing shit. Like, you know, and that's a big problem. And like I said, it's due to the environment, not due to the individual, like in general. That's, you know, how, unless you're the individual in charge of the whole clout network, right? And then we can talk about culpability. But like, you know, the people that are at that are the terminals of the clout network rather than the nodes are not people that I try to avoid blaming them. But yeah, there is a certain degree of like kept calling me as if what? Oh my god, I hate that. Yeah, guess what, chat? I just sold my car. How cool is that? Yeah, I had a car that like the moonroof got like blown off of it, and then it got rained in. And it's kind of fucked up. It was going to be a nightmare to try to fix, and it was I was having to call a lawyer to see if it was under warranty and all this other shit. I just got an offer for it, and I was just like, yeah, I live in the city. I don't really need a car that much. Let's sell it. And I feel incredibly good not having to deal with that anymore. So that's really cool. Their grandpa was involved in the Bay of Pigs and Cuban Missile Crisis. Apparently not actually. Stupid adulting, I know, right? The drive to rehabilitate SDL. Oh god, SDL is doubly disturbing for that reason, like Fosh has done. So what I'm gonna say is that I'm gonna disagree on that it's not as bad as you think. What I would agree with, and I don't know, maybe this is what this is what they're saying, is that not everybody in that space is like a garbage person. And in fact, a lot of people, you know, like are probably good people, right? So if that's what, you know, he's saying, is it's not just like a bunch of, you know, debate bros don't wake up being like, how can I make marginalized people's material conditions even worse? I don't think that's true. I don't think, you know, you like, right? I don't think that's real. So public transportation is so good. Yes, that's why city kind of got its shit together a little bit more. Now you could have oh my gosh, should I get myself some Thai food and let you vicariously enjoy me eating it, maybe? Or do you want me to like try to mush it through the wait, I don't even have a like like what do I do? Put it into the USB. I mushed it into the USB jack, right? Is that how I send it to you? Maybe. Not everyone in the space is a garbage person, but they support and give comfort to. Oh yeah, God, and that nose blindness is a big part of that, right? Of them not recognizing, and they're in the mode of just like, okay, this person was friendly to me, so they must be okay. Guess what? Nazis can be friendly to you too. Not that everybody who's in that space is a Nazi. I'm assuming there's a this is the thing though. I know for a fact that there are Nazis who walk among them without them recognizing. Flamenco, yeah, from the whose name I should not have said. God damn it. Is people like there's people that walk among them that actually do fit that category, I would say. But the nose blindness, right? And the fact that, having friends is generally beneficial, and it doesn't matter, if they got your back, it doesn't matter whether right wing or left wing. That's power, that's clout, that's protection. That's the compromise a lot of these lefty debate bros like make. And I think that's what poisons their ability to do good work, or to do as good work as they could. You get a DoorDash account? Put all our addresses and have them delivered. That's how you do it. Maybe if SDL was actually like, yeah, my grandpas were basically evil anti-communist supervillains, and I'm going to examine my conditioned mindset and stop talking countries my pappy targeted. Okay, perhaps. That's such a weird fucking yeah, there's some weird fucking socialists in these spaces too. And it gets weirder. Oh my God, when you meet the post-leftists and oh my God, it's just like a fucking menagerie of like, entryism and like compromise and undermined like leftism, right? In a lot of ways, because the Twitch space fundamentally serves right-wing goals, fundamentally pushes the discourse to the right. This is doesn't even have a mask. He's just an edgy boy. Debate Bros Pass just have this bottomless patience for these SDLs, ex-Nazis. Yeah, so what happens is you end up with lefties, but you end up with lefties who are useful to the right, and that's almost more dangerous than not being. That's more. I would unironically say that like that could be more dangerous than these like quote unquote woke centrists, right? Who are also problematic for reasons that we've been over ad nauseum. So I'm not going to repeat them here. Every time someone shows a Vosh clip, 9 of 10 say. Shuan had said, now Vosh is a garbage person, but if he wasn't, he's still platforming garbage people. Patriotic socialism thing was so surreal. Yeah, absolutely. It would never survive any space of communism or communist organizers outside of the internet.
Sense like what we talked about earlier, when you see like,
I hope not, yeah,
the worst of the worst clips,
yeah, it's scary shit,
or the worst of the worst things to come from the community. Because
and like, hey, we're talking about infrared here, like, right? We mentioned patriotic socialism, so let's talk about infrared a little bit. Infrared's been having Critically Thinking Veteran on. Infrared's got a panel show now and has been bringing on Critically Thinking Veteran. Now, I made a joke. You can see it on the No Comment Clips channel, right? AKA the drama channel. Like, right? I made a joke about because I don't remember what he was saying, but it sounded like something that Haas had said. I was like, oh, he's gorilla pilled. Yes, he's. And I was like making fun of him. I started watching this streamer named Infrared, and he told me that like everything that I don't want to listen to or have to push back on argumentatively is actually Anglo-box, so I don't have to worry about that. And it was just like, I don't know, it was kind of a shitpost, right? I wasn't serious about it, but now unironically there is maybe some sort of connection between CTV and the Nazgul Vortex. And that's the thing. Nazgul Vortex has two sides, a left side and a right side. So you're going to see, you know, like lefties and righties surrounding that. And honestly, it's all kind of right wing, right? Infrared is right wing. If you go in his chat, you're going to hear MAGA chants. You're going to hear them unironically chant MAGA. They're not taking a piss. They're not doing a shit post. They like MAGA, maybe because it owns the libs, but does it matter? If you're supporting Trump, does it matter if it's to own the libs? It kind of doesn't, right? And it's dangerous. And what infrared's, you know, praxis does is we talk about funnels, right? So let's say that I have a TikTok, which I don't, which I should. I need to get a TikTok. It's really good. It would be funneling views from TikTok where they see my funny clip of whatever I do, dancers, I don't know, whatever I do on TikTok, whatever I end up doing on TikTok, right? And it would bring it into my YouTube so that some of those people would become viewers, right? It's a funnel, right? So infrared is a funnel that looks left and draws you to the right. That's the danger, you know, and you know, I guess if CTV, I don't know, I don't even want to, like, I'm almost ceding like space to the Nazbuls and saying that there's some kind of like middle ground between you know, fascism and communism. I think that they are decidedly, you know, their effect is to empower the right. Their effect is not like, you know, they're not really a third position. Oh my god. Ironically enough, they're not. Yeah. I can't be racist. I have a black girlfriend. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, who are we talking about now? It feels like there's a wall of illusions. You think there's this movement of communists who are trying to push a line, and then you discover it leads back to this Twitch roid nerd. Just absurdity. Yeah, it really is. Hey, this is a fucked up time to live in. There's a lot of shit not right, including a lot of our thinking, including maybe some of my thinking, right? You know? Like, especially during the harassment campaign, like, I got just, like, I was not in a good way. I was not in a good place. And, you know, it caused me not to be the person that I want to be. It caused me, it took me away from my truth, right? And I think I hurt some people during that time. And I do have apologies for some of those people if they are actually interested in talking and not just repeating easily debunkable lies about me. So if that's you, right?
Those are the ones that make it big. Like, no one, I mean, very rarely is like, oh, this was such a good talking point. Here, let me spread it around everywhere. It's like, look at, like you said, the anger, the vitriol, the
Oh, people love talking about the tankies, but not the CIA. Sponsored Hungarian. Oh, yes! Yes! Yeah! Fascist exiles, anti-Semitic insurrection. That the Soviet Union sent tanks in to suppress. Wait, Soviet Union, or are we talking about like the Russian Federation, right? Like you're talking about now in Ukraine? Yeah, there's big problems with, you know, like some of our allies in Ukraine. And obviously there's big problems with Putin too.
The blood sports is what it's not only.
But yeah, you can see which side these lefty creators are, you know, more worried about, right?
It's like us, it leads like a lot of people to spread things everywhere. And I mean, I remember like Vosh specific. Oh, go ahead.
I also think that's because it's not just the creators.
Am I missing what you're saying, Lavender? I'm sorry.
I think I'm always my first. One of my first videos where
I was busy selling my car.
I really did that. It was my edgelord video.
I wasn't reading chat like I should have been.
And the thing I proposed there is that we have
the term tanky. Oh yes, that's. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the original. Yeah. You're talking about the derivation of the term.
To also stop absolving the audience in their love for content that can
and
go
you
in
said,
that direction.
What the fuck? How did I get Ukrainian out of Hungarian? I'm sorry.
Because it's not just us as creators.
I'm American. It's all just one big foreign country to me. It's all the same foreign country to me. There's America, and then there's everywhere else a stand, right?
Still very much people. We just happen to grab the mic, right? We have our own backgrounds, baggage, blind spots to deal with. Just happen to grab the mic. But if the audience, you know, still comes for that, and you know, within my criticism of the debate bros, it's also like, hey, if these guys, if this content, if there's not even just accountability, I feel like we often overplay the nature of like.
Wait, Yeah, I mean, so like the U.S. did have a problem after World War II. Basically, I mean, Operation Paperclip is a great example, right? We rescued a bunch of Nazi scientists and brought them back to work on weapons in the United States.
Like, we're going to hold creators accountable. It's just literally, if it finds an audience.
American -2 geography base stat, more like -8, right?
It finds an audience, which means what's going on in that audience that that certain behaviors that are repeated.
I call it not America.
Nobody's making the point to be like, okay, we may need to.
Wait, wasn't it called? What was Operation Paperclip? I heard about, yeah, I've heard of Gladio too, but
like sit here and talk about this.
Misremembering?
We may need to address our own blind spots. This is when I think about like the isms, like
NATO and the CIA used the Nazis to suppress communists in all of Europe. Also, you could make the argument that that kind of happened in South America.
You know, for me, like, so obviously I'm not a racist. I don't hate black people. I don't hate white people.
Which is where a lot of the Nazis went to after World War II.
Even though that's technically not how that word works. But like my previous issues with not understanding queer identified people, not understanding even bisexuals, etc., did not come from a hatred of LGBTQ people. It came from the desire and
exactly.
idea that I need to center heterosexuality in everything I do. And if you come to me not centering heterosexuality,
and that's what I meant about, like, okay, that was what I was trying to talk about, the men's rights things, is that, like, you know, I could talk about feminism only if I centered men in that discussion. That's the problem. Not that men's rights aren't okay, are okay, you know, like, not that men's, you know, rights don't need to be worried about. Not that you know, like, that you know, why, like, not that men aren't oppressed in any way, but it was just you know, the like I said, the emphasis, the priority was not placed on women, even in feminism. And like no, I'm gonna back off of drawing a parallel from that to the Cracker Barrel, because I think that's got to be streamer brain or something that's making me want to do that. That seems to be a bridge too far. I just want to bring I didn't get to talk about the Cracker Barrel enough yesterday, chat, so I wanted to bring that back in. Mujah Hadid and Contras, yeah.
He's about to die. I need to let you know I'm not okay with that. The whole be on the roof of that lifestyle trope.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay, what lifestyle? Sorry, the trope that FD was talking about.
Racist. I don't hate black people. I don't hate white people, even though that's technically not how that word works. But like my previous issues with not understanding queer identified people, not understanding even bisexuals, etc., did not come from a hatred of
men's right. Yeah, well, yeah. It's a complicated thing. I mean, I see what you're saying. I feel like, yeah, maybe that was the pull. Maybe that's how that worked. Like I said, I wouldn't have gotten to talk to Destiny if the stream title would have been like how feminism can benefit men. Or not even that. Let's, like, because that still centers men, right? You know, if I had especially if I fully you know, just wanted to talk about feminism like that I would have never been a streamer that, you know, had, you know, the kind any sort of audience. I would have never, you know, crossed his radar. Not that I'm like, yeah, I got to talk to Destiny, it was so good. No, but like, I just mean that, like, you know, it's part of the game that I was playing was that I had to, you know, bait every hook with, you know, like framing like men's rights, right? At least pretend to center men in the conversation, even when it's a conversation about feminism. Men's rights aren't separate from feminism, or shouldn't be. Separating seems like a bad idea. Something like the whole suffragette. Oh, only about white women's rights. Yeah, good point. Solidarity is that way.
LGBTQ people, it came from the desire and idea that I needed to center heterosexuality in everything I do. And if you come to me not centering heterosexuality, my battery's about to die.
See, I mean, like, I learned to say that, like, Zucchina. I don't know about that terminology anymore, right? If I were to try to put what you're saying into words, like, my words would be, feminism has a lot to offer men in terms of their own material conditions, in terms of their needs, in terms of their oppression. But I think we mean the same thing. I think we mean the same thing, even if we're codifying it differently.
I need to let you know I'm not okay with that. The whole be on the move of the lifestyle trope.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I have, and like literally, I would have to run downstairs, and I need to go to bed anyway. I don't want to, but yeah. So I wanted to just get that out there, to have this conversation. A lot of your critiques.
I mean, that can be true. But for that to be true, you have to reclaim that terminology from the MRAs, right?
That I saw in that last part were very valid in terms of like reproducing that same ivory tower mentality that I would rail against in any other context. Not understanding.
Oh no, I know you're not. You're not supporting, like, if anybody thought that I was making the assumption that you were supporting MRA, bullshit. I don't. That's not how I took it. I just know that, like, that it's like, how do I explain this? It's like SEO that they kind of hold the title to, right? And that doesn't mean that they have to. That doesn't mean you can't. Like, a lot of people's liberatory struggle is the reclaiming of language, is the and that's not, I'm not trying to, I don't know, it's just like I'm almost like just talking about, like a search thing, right? If you type in men's rights, you're gonna get MRA shit first.
The nature of gladiator space makes
I'm a girl boss phobe? Wait, what did I do?
be like in the moment. But
I got called a girl boss recently, chat. That was part of the NCC hate, the anti-NCC manifesto, was to call me a girl boss in a negative way, because I gaslight, I girl boss, and I gatekeep. But they didn't really explain how. But just like, that's enough for a twit longer. Just say those three things and you're good. Just say NCC bad. Why don't you say NCC bad? Like, every single one of these twit longers could be like summed up in like, oh, NCC bad. Okay, cool. I feel you. Yes, she is very bad, but she also did nothing wrong.
Also,
and she's also a very complicated historical figure.
Still have what I want to focus on is beyond the debate bros. It's, from my perspective, is a general problem with anybody who is.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we mean the same thing. It's just like an issue of language.
White that is seeking to engage with progressive, especially from a racial standpoint, or immigrant, whomever else. Mm-hmm. There has to be a dismantling of a white racial frame.
Bad to the bone.
And if that isn't even like hinted upon, then certain habits, certain problems are going to repeat themselves. We're not going to get away from. Like, there's always going to be those clip that moments. Otherwise,
yeah, people.
I'll see whatever time I have left to hear you talk, man, because I want to listen.
Sure. Like, there's definitely it's a big problem, just like with the like attention market for keeping people engaged, and people always love watching someone club on another person. I think the best thing that we can do is take that love of clubbing on another person, but in a way that's a little bit more beneficial, because I think there's definitely always a market for people who don't want to see any of that, but I think there will always be a market for people who do. We just love the conflict. Take it in a way that's good. If there's like a really good dunk that you got on the conservative, and you get like a really good
Sharkio, if you end up seeing this, okay, I want you to ask yourself, are you proud of every person that you clubbed on this year? Because I can say I'm not. Can you say the same?
Rhetorical point and a really good ethical point in, like, that completely debunks this. And even like,
I don't know, I still feel like there's like a little bit of like, it's just like, this is the whole thing where dominance paradigm creeps in, and even like, it just kind of denatures the best intentions that good people have, right? and like that language right there, you know, like, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, and yeah, go after Ben Shapiro, you know, go after Jordan Peterson, but I think you're thinking that you have to go after them in the same way that they go after marginalized groups, and I don't think you do. I don't think I think you're thinking that their rhetoric is great and you got to emulate it, and I don't think you do. You know, I mean, like, I definitely don't disagree with you on like the substance, the bent of where you're going with this. I just worry that, you know, some shit has crept in that's, you know, preventing you from being the creator that you could be. And now you're big enough to call your own shots. So maybe think about that, and think about, you know, who you want to be going forward, right? Because I get that, like, you know, the route that you took, you know, required you to do some things that you might not be entirely proud of. And I don't think that that makes you a bad person. And I think you know what I mean, okay?
Ubiquitous argument that conservatives use, getting that's been something we've seen a lot more of the creators in this space do, and it's been really great with like TikTok and everything, being able to use that. And there are like a bunch of problems that we need to fix, and I'll never say that that's not the case, but I think with where we've come from and what we're doing, and especially compared to your average a group of people and the good that we've been able to do, I think we are not, we'll never be free from criticism, or we should never get criticism. But I feel like sometimes we get a little bit more harsh criticism than we may like deserve. There's been a lot of people saying that a lot of what we do is completely useless. We get that a bunch for what we do. And I got into this this space to talk about the issues that matter to me and matter to the people who I love because of this. And I'm doing it now. And I feel like we can take it in a pretty great direction. I think a lot of the new crop that we've seen spawn from this have been absolutely amazing for what they've been able to do with the space and what they can do in the future, especially when it comes to taking what we can do now and being, you know, with streams, you're like, you mentioned it, like being like parasocial. If we can take a little bit of those parasocial relationships, but do it in something good, like maybe canvassing for a candidate or doing something in real life, doing some mutual aid in the place. That's something that you can really do that I think would be way easier for like a streamer in this space to do than it would be for a video essayist, because of how close they are with their community a lot of the times, how much like you'll listen, and that obviously can be abused, and we talk about that a lot, and there have been a lot of criticisms of content creators who've done that, but I think we're moving in a pretty decent direction. And for what I've seen from how I was boosted, like every single time I was boosted, for one, I was boosted by a white person, and two, with my rise, especially over the last year, because I've been doing this for about 2 years, I was boosted by a white person like every single time, and they've spent a lot of time trying to boost up a lot of other minority creators. We've been seeing a big change in that, so I just want, like, you know, a little bit of credit for that a bit. But once again, we all have issues, and we're definitely not free from them. But I really appreciate your video. It was very good, and this conversation was even better.
Thank you. I'm happy with this. Happy I came on. I'm about to go pass out because I have to take kids to school in about 5 hours.
Oh my God, get some sleep. Oh my God.
Too much. I hope you all have a great day. I hope the kids are great.
Peace and blessings, man. Thank you.
Yes.
How do I stop this?
You can, here, I got it for you.
Okay.
Here, let me make sure that he knows how to leave the Discord call.
That is actually a big, yeah, the first time you try to leave a Discord call, you're just like, wait, okay, I'll see you later. I'm going to get out of here now. And you're like, wait, what button do where's the, for some reason, the hang up the phone button is like hidden on, you know, it's hard to find the first time. So.
Oh no, he's still in the call. Okay, well, hey, listen, he's doing his own thing. I think he's learning how to get out of the call. I think he'll make it. I have faith. All right, well, there we go. We've done it, boys. We've done what many people.
We have done it indeed. Siblings. Trying to find the most inclusive word I can here. There we are. Oh my God, it's Big Irene again. Oh my God, I'm huge. I'm huge, Chad. I'm huge. Maybe I will be. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the next year holds for me. Because I know for sure in this year, I've come full circle. I have learned so much. And I have so many people to thank for that. Even some people that hate my guts now, right? You know, I still appreciate it. And I feel like I'm finally doing what I came here to do. And that was, you know, to see with eyes unclouded. I feel like in a lot of ways, you know, the veil that was getting in the way of me actually you know, dealing with the issues from a place of truth has lifted. And I am eternally thankful for that. You know, been a lot of tears along the way, but maybe you don't get here without a lot of struggle and without a lot of self-examination. And thank you for everybody who's been here and has held like emotional space for me, because I literally could not do this without you. You are my strength, okay? And I care about you. Have a good rest of your evening. I could start this song Wide Awake softly in the background. Do you want me to listen to that after I get off here? I'll listen to that. I'll listen. Yeah, thank you, Lavender. Thank you, everybody. And like I'm seeing like a lot of names that like I haven't seen in a while, and I maybe I kind of understand why. Maybe like my journey, parts of my journey were hard for some of you to take, but I appreciate the fact that you're still here. It means a lot to me. And a lot of you had faith in me when I didn't have faith in myself. So thank you. And good night. And oh wait, one more thing. Meow. Wait. Yes. Meow. 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 Meow.